a 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, no justice, no peace, reload. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, no justice, no peace, reload. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I'm here and I'm back, and we are going to get into this. We are going to get into this today. This is the reload for no justice, no peace for Kenneka Jenkins. So, peoples, you guys sit back, relax, get yourself some Ethiopian coffee, and we're going to get into this on today, peoples. We're going to get into this on today. All right, peoples. All right, peoples, let's get into this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, no justice, no peace. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I'm going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, no justice, no peace. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, it is time now. It is time now to bring clarity out of confusion. For a long time now, peoples, many people have been talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case. And many people have gotten this narrative wrong. Many people say that Kenneka Jenkins had walked the halls of that establishment. And many people have said that Kenneka Jenkins was in Irene's live, and that Kenneka Jenkins was in TY's live. But see, people's, as I go back and look at all of the stuff that the people have been saying, well, then I've always asked the people to help me make it make sense. And the thing is, peoples, if Kenneka Jenkins had walked the halls of that establishment, well, then my question is simple. How was she in TY's and Irene's live? How? How peoples, how could all of that have happened if she ever walked the halls of that establishment? So many people have been coming with all of these stories, and yet they can't even answer the simple question is how did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's life? And so now, peoples, I'm here. I'm here and I am back, people. And I am back with a vengeance because I am back to ask the question again. How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's life if she was in TY's life? And how did Kenneka Jenkins walk the halls of that establishment when, as we can clearly see, peoples, that she never did? There is no possible way that Kenneka Jenkins could have ever walked the halls of that establishment and be in Irene's life and TY's life, as many people proclaim. I mean, we had Trey Gay, we had a lot of other content creators that tried to put Kenneka Jenkins in where she's never been. But I'm here to tell you, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. She never had a opportunity to, peoples. And so many people believe that Kenneka was commandeered by all of these different peoples. And I surmise to you peoples that that couldn't have happened. Now, it has been stated that many of the people who were in Irene's life and TY's life had different stories to tell. And so, peoples, when we go back and we take a look at all of the things that had supposedly had happened in this case, well, then the question is, how? Why isn't it that none of the pictures matches up with each other? If Kenneka was one who had supposedly had been in any of that video content, peoples. And so, here we are again, peoples. Another day and another journey to come back and talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples. And all I want to do is just try to get clarity out of confusion. That's my whole goal and objective, peoples, is to get clarity out of confusion. And so, peoples, we're going to go back and we're going to go back in history and we're going to go back and we're going to take a look at that of what the people had proclaimed had happened to Kenneka. And let's see, peoples, if the people can be able to express to me and to you and to everyone how Kenneka Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment. Well, I've surmised, peoples, they can't. They can't even answer the simple question. And so I know that they cannot give an answer to how and why would Kenneka ever walk the halls of that establishment, and less alone walk herself into a freezer. It will never happen, peoples. And so, peoples, let's go back and let's take a look at Kenneka Jenkins. The story of Kenneka L. Jenkins. People. Let's go back. And let's take a second look, people. If you will. Come with me as we take up on this journey. Let me share my screen. Peoples, let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples. So I wanted to come here and I wanted to go to my content. I wanted to go way back in time, peoples. I wanted to go back and take a second look at some things that we have done over the years. And I wanted to kind of recap just a little bit, peoples, if you will, upon a live that I had did a while back. And I want to I want to talk about Kenneka Jenkins. There is a difference between the watch. If you would indulge me for a little bit of time, people. So I want to go back and I want to talk about Kenneka Jenkins. There is a different watch. And so people sit back, relax, get yourself some Ethiopian coffee, and let's begin. Kenneka Jenkins. There is a different watch. Let's go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Kenneka Jenkins, there is a different watch. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kenneka Jenkins, there is a different watch. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. And I am back to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. Peoples, I am back to talk about there is a different watch. There is a different watch. There is a different watch that the supposed Kenneka Jenkins has been wearing. And so I am here to talk about it, peoples. I'm here to shed light up on the conspiracy that they have been doing forever and a day, peoples. I'm here to talk about it. I'm here to showcase to the world the madness that these people have been perpetrating forever and a day, and they will not get away with it, peoples. And so, peoples, if you guys give me a moment, I have to go ahead and put a thumbnail up on my channels. So if you give me a moment, I will put a thumbnail on my channels, people. So I'm going to share my screen just a moment, peoples, and so you just don't have to sit here and look at this screen here, people, that I have up, because I've always liked to be transparent, peoples. And so let me go ahead and share my screen real quick, peoples, and I'm going to have to put this thumbnail up real quick. So let me go ahead and do that. Change the I'm going to change the thumbnail real quick so everybody will be aware as to what I am talking about. And so we're going to deviate from what I am talking about just for a moment, peoples, because I saw something very interesting. Now, if it's really true, then we're going to watch it. If it's not, then we're not going to watch it. Because a lot of these people, they be having clickbait up on their channels and things. But I'm not up for the clickbait. I'm up here to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case and to bring awareness to it and to let you know what my findings is as it pertains to the Kenneka Jenkins case. Now, what I find ironic, peoples, is that a lot of the people who have talked about the Kenneka Jenkins case, they're not saying much of anything, and especially that of what I am covering right now and what I have already uncovered. It's amazing to me, peoples, that people have so much to say about the Kenneka Jenkins case, but then when you come and you bring the real receipts and things, and you bring that of what your findings is, nobody has anything to say. Nobody wants to chime out. Nobody wants to give a narrative. Everybody is quiet. And why is that, peoples? What, it's because they cannot refute or dispute that of what I am showing? You know, it's amazing to me, peoples. It's amazing to me, peoples, how many people all the time have so much shit to say. But then, you know, when you go and you show the real, when you show the real peoples, you know, then everybody tends to clam up. Everybody tends to be silent. They sit into your chat room and stuff, and you know, they want to wreak havoc and get all mad and huff and puff. What are you getting mad for? Well, what are you getting all huff and puff for? You put out the salacious madness. You put out the false propaganda out there. You didn't even give the real receipts to this case. And then you tell me that you're justice for Kenneka? Well, see, that's why your channel is shut down. That's why you're not talking about it. That's why you're over there going crazy and playing music and things. That's why you're over there in the bushes sitting back looking at things. Because, see, if Kenneka Jenkins' case was your passion and stuff, well, then you'll be in here and you will be with Edward Joseph and spilling the tea, spilling the truth. Well, see, I don't have to spill tea, people. So I don't like to spill tea. I just only sit and drink coffee. I said I just only sit here and drink coffee, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so it's no need for Edward Joseph to sit here and spill tea, because everything that I consume, peoples, is precious. I said everything that I consume is precious, people. So it is no need for me to be wasteful of my time. It is no need to be wasteful of my commodities, peoples. And so it's those people who don't really care about anything and really don't have anything is just so wasteful. They don't care about nothing. And so that's why they can waste tea, but don't ever spill my coffee. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, if I offer you some coffee, I want you to consume every last bit to the last drop. And even if you have to lick the cup, but make sure that you consume everything, peoples, because see, my coffee is special. I drink that Ethiopian coffee, and that's rich in flavor. And it gives you vitality, peoples. It gives you energy. And it comes from the Mother Earth, peoples. And so that's all that I drink. I don't drink this hilarious and nefarious and fictitious and fake madness, peoples. No. I get my coffee imported from the homeland right there, from Ethiopia itself. And it's some good stuff, peoples. I tell you, yes, it's a very expensive coffee, but it is well worth it, peoples. It is well worth it. And maybe one day I may let you see a little cup and how it looks, because it has a distinguished look to it, peoples. I said it has a distinguished look to it, peoples, and it is rich in flavor. And it's what keeps me going every single day, peoples. I said it's what keeps me going, peoples. And so, peoples, I am here. I am back to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case. I had to put the thumbnail up on all of my channels so that the people can see everything that I'm doing. I always like to be transparent. But before I do anything, peoples, I want to just hit this right here and say, y'all come on in, like and subscribe to my channel. Peoples, y'all help me get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you guys have been here forever and a day, and so it is no need for you guys to not be a subscriber to my channel. Now, you watch my channel faithfully, So y'all come on in and y'all help Edward Joseph hit that 1,000 mark. Is that all right, peoples? And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me put my disclaimer up. All scenes in this video has allegedly occurred. We hold no responsibility to what is being spoken. Peoples, that means whatever I say, you say, or anybody else say on my channel has allegedly occurred. And we hold no responsibility to what I say, you say, or anybody else say on my channel. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use. Tips to balance in favor of fair use. All right, people, so let's go ahead and let's get into this on today, peoples. Kenneka Jenkins, there is a different watch. But before I do that, peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen again, because I had saw something that was intriguing, and I want to see what it's all about, peoples. I said I want to see what it's all about, peoples. And so, you know, I want to make sure that I saw this right, peoples. And so I want to go to my home screen, peoples. I want to take a look at this because it said that Tiffany Henyard was arrested on live TV. Tiffany Henyard, people, was arrested on live TV. Now, that very well may be, peoples. But then I'm still looking, peoples. I said I am still looking, peoples. And so, you know, it's really crazy, peoples, that yeah. Wow, it's crazy. It's crazy for what's happening. And so let me see, peoples. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and so you guys can clearly see what I'm looking at, because there's several things I'm looking at here. And like I say, you know, I'm gonna get into this, but there's something that I wanted to take a look at here, peoples. And so let me share my screen so you guys can see. And so there's one thing that I was looking at. It was right here, peoples. One thing that I was looking at, it was right here, peoples. Okay, and so let me see. I'm not going to get onto that, but it was an evil corner caught on camera doing some stupid stuff. You know, evil corner caught on camera doing some stupid stuff. So I may want to take a look at that, but I wanted to look at Tiffany Henyard and see if that was really what's going on, peoples. I don't see it, peoples. So I don't see it, people. So maybe it really didn't happen, because I know that had that did be happen, that would have been headline news. I said that would have been headline news, people, son. So I don't see it being headline news. And so, okay. Okay, so it's a lot of stuff going on, people. It's a lot of things to talk about, but I want to really get back in here on the Kenneka Jenkins case, peoples. All right, so it's nothing that I really wanted to, nothing else I really wanted to see, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But let me share my screen a different way, because I do have to do this real quick. So let me do this real quick, and I gotta download this video. So it just finished. So this is what we're going to do right here, people. So we're going to go right here. We're going to go ahead and copy that. So Andrew Holmes, Why Us, number 2. Then we're going to go to my downloads. Andrew Holmes, Why Us, number 2. If I have it. Okay, so it doesn't. So I guess it's, oh, okay, I see what it's in. It's number 2 like that. But Andrew Holmes, Why Us. Okay, so let me go ahead and put that in there. Replace that. And then I'm going to go ahead and put that in my Kenneka Jenkins Live. And I'm going to delete those 2. I'm going to delete that video. So I'm going through right now, people, and I'm just cleaning up all of these files and stuff that I have to clean up and things so I can let me just do it again. Have to clean up all of these files and things and stuff. So this will be real quick. I'm getting ready. As soon as that copies, I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to have a little bit more memory on my computer to do the things that I need to do. But this week, people's, my raise kick in this week, starting tomorrow, which is going to be good. And so I'm going to see that raise on my next paycheck, which is going to be good. And then I get my other money and stuff. And so, which is going to be good. So $250,000 this coming this coming month in April. And so let me go ahead and delete these other videos, peoples. Because I've already have a copy of it. Okay, so go over here, go to the trash and delete. Yeah, bingo. Now, it's just one last thing I need to do. Okay, I can delete that. I got one more video that's compressing, and so I'm not going to worry about that. Now I got one more thing I have to do. I got to go over here and go to my StreamYard, my library, and Andrew Holmes. I don't see it. I think I've already deleted it from here. Okay, so I already deleted it, so that's cool. So now I just have to go ahead and download these right here. So I'm going to have to download Trade Gate, the Thunder Booty, and then Kenneka Jenkins' Final Moments. And then Kenneka Jenkins' Final Moments Part 2. All right, so get ready. These 3, that's going to bring my number down, and then I'm going to have a lot of extra memory. All right, let's get back into this, peoples. Here we go. Kenneka Jenkins, there is a different watch. Kenneka Jenkins, there is a different watch. And see, peoples, I have been telling the people forever and a day that there is a different watch that Kenneka Jenkins was wearing. As you can see, peoples, Kenneka Jenkins had on a gray band watch in the freezer. And as you can see, Kenneka Jenkins had on a red band. But then in the evidence, peoples, there is a black watch and there is a somewhat of a red band, but it is not bright as the one that Kenneka was wearing. Now we know, peoples, that Kenneka will not wear a dirty band around her wrist because Kenneka was a creature of habit. And so the band, as you see in the picture there, peoples, it is dirty. And then the watch that you see there, people, it is a black band. And then, as you can see, even in the time of the 2 watches, peoples, the times is different, peoples. I said the time is different, peoples. And so one of the content creators I was speaking of said that the flash will make the band turn black. Well, peoples, the flash did not make the band turn black because the band is black. And as you can see in all of the video footage, peoples, the young ladies that ever walked the halls of that establishment had on a black watch and not on a gray watch, which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins that ever wore a black watch, peoples. Did you hear what I said, peoples? I said it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins that ever wore a black watch. So, which is indicative of the fact that it wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples, that was ever walking the halls of that establishment. And as I've shown you on last night, peoples, the bra that the person that was walking in the halls was not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. I have shown you that clear as day, peoples. I've shown you, peoples, that the person that was in the lobby wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. I've shown you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. And so let me just recount for one moment, peoples. Let me recap for one moment, people, so I can show you again, peoples, with certainty that the young lady that was in the halls was not Kenneka Jenkins. And so, peoples, you can stop saying that it was Kenneka Jenkins because it only just makes you look foolish. And see, peoples, I'm not here to try to make people look foolish. But I am here to shoot my shot. And I am here to show the people that of what my findings is. Now, if you want to continue to keep spreading that false mantra around and keep thinking that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment, well, so be it. But then I am going to talk about you like none other because you are stupid and you are foolish. Again, I say you're stupid and you are foolish. Because when you are taught right, then you know right, peoples. So here, let me go ahead and copy this last video, people, since it has downloaded. And let me go ahead and copy this into my, let me go ahead and copy this into my thing. It says Janea missing. Okay, Janea missing. Yep. Go ahead and copy that. And then copy that to my Kenneka Lives. Right there. Okay, there we go. Now it's copying to my Kenneka Lives. All right, so now I can go ahead and delete this one. And so you guys just have to give me a moment because, you know, I just have to do a little bit of house cleaning real quick and make sure that these videos are copied and, you know, I'll be able to free up some memory on my computer. And so that's what it is. So, oops, I didn't add those files. Oh, no, because I didn't add the files because I have to download them. All right. So that is already done. So I can add that. So I'm going to add that. And then Kenneka Final Moments. That is already done, I believe. Yep. So I could add that. And then Trey Gay Thunder Booty, I can add that. Then I can go ahead and compress all of them. Trey Gay Thunder Booty, I can add that. Cool. So everything is done. Now let me go ahead and compress all of them. Cool. And then let me see if that is almost done. So I'm going to wait to see when this is done. And then we're going to go ahead and proceed with the live peoples. But like I said before, peoples, you can sit around and continue to keep spreading this false madness and mantra as much as you want to, but I'm gonna talk about you. Because see, the thing is, when you are being shown the actual proof in the truth, well, then why do you consistently and insistently keep spreading madness and keep spreading false mantra when the evidence is clearly in your face? Yeah, I don't understand that, peoples. I don't understand why, when the evidence is clearly in your face and I'm showing you unequivocally and undeniably that it wasn't Kenneka, why do you continue to keep saying it was Kenneka in the halls? Well, that lets me know, peoples, that you want to sit and be hell bent upon spreading your madness around when your madness is nothing but madness. And so you don't take this case as serious as you should. And then you want to talk about other people spreading false, fictitious, and hilarious and nefarious madness in this case, but you're the one who's perpetrating that. And so I'm going to call you out for the madness that you insistently and consistently do. And that's the only way to stop you in your tracks, so you don't continue to keep fooling the people with that madness that you already know is madness. People's, if they ever thought that what I am showing wasn't true, well, then they have every right to come to my platform. And they have every right to come and challenge Edward Joseph. They have every right to do so, but they choose not to do so. Why they choose not to do so? Because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they don't want to be embarrassed peoples. And so if I have to embarrass them, I will. I will have to go to great lengths to go ahead and shut them down, because again, all too often and too much people have been putting out this salacious madness upon Kenneka Jenkins. And then the thing is, peoples, and it's remarkable to me, people just don't do their research. Do you understand what I'm saying? People just don't do their research. And I don't understand why that is, peoples. I mean, if you go and do a deep dive and get a greater understanding about this case, well, then, you will understand some things. But people are just so hell-bent on putting out and making people believe what they feel had happened to Kenneka. And that doesn't work for me, peoples. I said it doesn't work for me, because I worked very hard when it came down to this particular case. And I refuse, peoples, to have anybody come in and continue to keep putting out this false propaganda about Kenneka Jenkins. She deserves justice, peoples. I said she deserves justice, and she is going to get it, peoples. She's going to get it, and she's going to get it through Edward Joseph. You know what I'm saying, peoples? So when the people want to continue to keep putting that madness out there, well, then guess what? It's time for me to shut them down, peoples. I said it's time for me to shut them down. Now, peoples, as you can see, as I have shown you on yesterday, peoples, if you ever watched my live on the other day, here it is right here. This is the real Kenneka Jenkins in the bathroom with Shemaya and Monifa. There she is right there, peoples. I said, there she is, peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. And then I want you guys to look at something. Look at her breasts, peoples. Look at her breasts. She has a black scrunchie on her arm. And the way that her bra is, it doesn't have the black strap. it doesn't have the black strap, people. Do you see that, right? Just like how it is when the young lady had walked off the elevator, peoples. She has a black strap. You guys seen that, right? And so peoples, not only does she not have the black strap, but look, when I shown you the picture of the person getting off the elevator, peoples, when I showed you the picture of the girl getting off the elevator, peoples, and let me not get too far. Let me not get too far. I'm going to go back to the picture that I was on. And if I need to call it the other picture, I will. Okay. So in the video, peoples, you seen in the video when I did this here on the other day, you saw that the bra had literally came over the breast. And then when this person had started to trip over herself, then the bra came down and the breast came out from under the bra. You see the breast is exposed. But when you saw the video and you saw this here, when she first got off the elevator, you saw that the bra was covering the breast, as you can see. But you also saw a black lining just like that, as you can see in the picture. See, because it's a black lining right there, it's a black lining right there, and it goes down. And that's the same way that you see here on the video. Clearly seen it, clear as daylight. But when you look at Kenneka Jenkins' chest right here, well, there is no black lining nowhere on her bra. As you can see, peoples, there is no black lining on the bra, as you can see. And as you can see here, peoples, when you look at the jacket of the supposed Kenneka Jenkins, the fake Kenneka Jenkins, and you look at Kenneka Jenkins' jacket right here, look at the shoulder, peoples. See, the shoulders of this jacket right here of the fake Kenneka doesn't represent the jacket right here of the real Kenneka. See, there is no hole on her shoulder. And then there is no big white patch on the shoulder of Kenneka Jenkins, the real Kenneka Jenkins right here, people, as you can see. And so, as you can see, look at the fake Kenneka right there. You see that? See, when you compare the breast, peoples, when you compare the breast, it doesn't match the real Kenneka's breast right here, because these boopers was big. Do you see what I'm saying? These boopers was big. And so let me see. I think I got the other pictures, people. So let me go. I didn't close anything out. So let me go down the line. Let me go down the line, people. Oh, and even let me go down the line, people. Okay. Let me go down the line, peoples. Let me go and find the other pictures, peoples. Let me go and find the other pictures. And close the ones that I don't need. Okay, so now this is what I don't need right now, not just yet anyway. I want to get back to the pictures that I had. Okay, right here in this picture, you can see there's a black lining and there's a black lining. Now I'm going to go to the video, peoples, of what I have shown on the other day. So I'm going to close these pictures out for a moment right here. Let me go back to the video. But before I go back to the video, let me give a shout out to my people who had came into the house. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry had says, happy Sunday, Edward, Joseph, and chat. And then she's got the praying hands, and then she has a heart. Hello, Mildred Wilkins. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mildred Wilkins had says, hello, everyone. Have a blessed day. And I just love it, peoples, when the house is blessed. And I love it when Mildred Wilkins comes in and she blesses the house. And see, peoples, a house divided cannot stand, but a house that's blessed can definitely get some rest. All right, peoples, and I see a lot more people come in. I see that you guys are hitting that like button. Y'all come on in, hit that like button. Come on in, hit that like button. Y'all come on in and subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button and get me up there in the algorithm, peoples. Get me to 1,000 subscribers, peoples. Y'all come on in. Come on in and hit that like button and hit that subscribe button. For all of you who has been in the bushes and things, you know, y'all can come on and y'all can come and y'all can be a part of this channel. Is that all right? All right, people, so let's go ahead and get into this. Let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples, because for the simple fact, peoples, is that I have to show you, peoples, I have to show you that the young lady that come into the establishment is not Kenneka Jenkins, the young lady who is walking the halls of that establishment. It's not Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. Okay, and so we have the clips right here, people. So let's go back to the clips right here. Let's go back to the clips. So I have clipped this out from a video that the gentleman was showing and things and stuff. And so in this clip right here, I just want to go to this part right here. I want you guys to see something right here. Okay. I want you guys to notice something, and then I'm going to put it in slow motion. And let me put this at full view. And I got that tapered down to where you don't hear the sound. And I want you to notice something right here. Look at the breast right here. And notice how the bra doesn't cover the full breast. It only just covers this little part right here of the breast. It only just covers the tip of the breast. So it doesn't fully encompass the breast, as you can see right here, peoples, right? And then right here, as you can see, she has on a scrunchie. She has on a scrunchie, peoples, as you can see. And then as you can see in the video, peoples, and let me go ahead and enlarge this, peoples. Let me go ahead and enlarge this. I want you to really see this, peoples. Look at her pants, peoples. Her pants is unbuttoned. You see that? Her pants is unbuttoned. The hair comes down to the side. And she has big cleavage right here. I don't know what you call this little part, the little split in between the breasts. But at the tip of the breast, it only just contours just only on the tip of her. The bra only just encompasses the tip of her breast. You know, that little nipple and then that little black round spot that's on the tip of the breast. That's as far as the bra covers, as you can see. Now let me play the video, peoples. And I want you guys to see something here. Yeah. Look at the breasts, peoples. Look at the breasts. And on the breasts, peoples, as you can see, the bra doesn't encompass the full breast. See that? You see that, right? And then look at the patch on the shoulder here. And look, the body. The body is real thin. People, y'all see that, right? Kenneka wasn't thin in the freezer. See that? Look at the body right here. Look how when she turns, and then look at her backside. See that? And then you can clearly see the patch on the shoulder. You can clearly see the patch on the shoulder. That you can clearly see the big patch on the shoulder, and then the rip in the shoulder right there. Okay, y'all see that right there, right? All right. So now, what I want to do here, peoples, is let me go ahead and let me taper down some, and let me reduce this a little bit. Let me take a picture of that. I want to take a picture of that. So let me get my little camera shot thing right here. Where's my little camera? There's my camera. Take a picture of that. Bingo. And then where's the picture? It's right there. All right. And so I'm going to put that picture on my desktop. So I'm going to move this right here on the desktop right there. Bingo. Okay. So let me see if it's on the desktop. Because remember, I took that picture directly from the video. So I'm going to have to close up some of these pictures and things so I can see where that picture is. But I'm going to keep that right there. All right. Where did it move to? Close up some of these videos and stuff, pictures. Now I got to find that picture that I put on my desktop. So normally it just sits right where you take it off, but it moves somewhere. All right, so here, let me go back here and let me call that up again. And then let me move that directly. Oh, so I didn't do it. Okay, so let me show where that is. All right, there it is right there. There it is right there. Okay, so now let me go ahead and move it to the desktop right there. And bingo, there it is right there. Okay, so let me close that up. Let me close this up. And then let me open up this. Now, good. Now we see the shoulder of the jacket. And when we look at Kenneka Jenkins' shoulder, peoples, we don't even see a big patch or a little gap or cut in the jacket on the shoulder right here, peoples. It's not there. It is not there, peoples. You see that, right? It's not there. So now let's go and let's look at the other pictures of Kenneka in the freezer. Let's look at the other pictures, people. Okay, so let me go to the original Kenneka Jenkins pictures. And then let's look at the shoulder of her jacket. Now, as you can see, peoples, let's go ahead and increase it, peoples, right here. See? There is no cut. And there is no big patch on the shoulder of Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. You see that, right? I said, you see that, right, peoples? See? Look. There's no big patch and there's no cut. Okay? So this is, I think this is the same. Okay, yeah, this one has the thing on it. I'm going to just use this one. All right. So this right here, let me, okay, this is even a better shot right here because it shows you the shoulder right here, peoples. See the shoulder of the picture? Let me expand this a little bit. Beautiful. All right, so when we look at the shoulder of the young lady whom you guys call Kenneka in the bathroom, there is no patch. There's no cut on the shoulder of Kenneka Jenkins' jacket in the freezer, as you can see. And then you can clearly see the color is even different, peoples, because this is a faded grayish light colored blue jacket, and this is the regular blue color denim jean jacket, peoples, that we're all so used to viewing when we look at denim jeans, peoples, as you can see. Clearly see that, right? All right. So now let's go back to the video, people. So let's go. No. Before we go back to the video, let's go back to Kenneka Jenkins' original pictures, and let's go and look at the other side of Kenneka shoulder, peoples. And let's see if we can get a good view of something. Okay, so we got that side. I don't know if we're really going to get a good side of the other side, but it really doesn't matter because the patch is not there. So we have that, peoples. And it's hard to distinguish or get a good look because the way that she's positioned. But even still with this right here, peoples. Right here, see that? There is no patch on her jacket, peoples. All right, come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? There we go. There we go. All right, see that, peoples? See that? And then no, I don't want to delete it. I just want to move it over. Okay, bingo to the bingo, peoples. There is no big patch right here. See that, peoples? And even right here, as you can see in the photo, this is a clear cut shot to the front right here. There's no big patch like this on her jacket. Clear as daylight, peoples. I say clear as daylight. Okay. And then when we go and let's go to the video, peoples. Let's go to the video. Let's go back to the beginning right here, peoples. Because I want to show you guys something right here. Right here, peoples. Now you can clearly see the bra, peoples, and you can clearly see how the bra encompassed the whole breast, as you can see right there. You see that? The bra encompassed the whole breast. So let me play this in slow motion so you can clearly see what I'm talking about. Let me play this. See that? See that? And see right here, peoples. You see how the bra has a long black line, then it comes down, and then the long black line right there, and it comes down. You see that? Well, Kenneka Jenkins' bra don't have a black line. And see, the hair is right here. That the hair is not going to go in a straight kind of angle line like that. Hair just doesn't do that, peoples. You see the hair, how it goes down on the side of her chest. You see that? And then there's the hair right there, and then there's a little tougher hair right there. But if you look at the picture, people, you can clearly see that the bra encompasses the whole entire breast, and that the breast is not hanging out. And then there is a black lining right here, right there, and right there. Clearly see it, peoples. All right, let me play it a little bit more so you can clearly see this. See that? And see how right there, that angle right there. Let me stop it. Let me go back. Let me reduce this down a little bit and let me go back a couple of frames. 1 frame, 2 frames. Okay, right about there, peoples. As you can see, clearly, clear as daylight. The bra, see, from the bottom to the top, it encompassed the whole entire breast. This girl had some big breasts. She had some big boopers. You know, she had some big balloons. And so the bra encompassed the whole entire breast. And there is a black lining on the bra that this girl is wearing right here. And I don't know why these girls think that they're just so damn fine that they're going to walk out with a bra and no shirt. But as you can see, there's the black lining. There's the black lining right there. And there you can see all white, and it's encompassing the whole entire breast, people, as you can see. Clear as daylight. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Now let's fast forward. Let's move it a little further. Bingo, right there. You can clearly see the black lining right here, right there. And then the breast is fully encompassed with the bra. Y'all see that, right? All right. So with that being said, people, so let's go back to the picture of this young lady here, who you guys proclaim to be Kenneka Jenkins. Okay. Okay, so that's the side. And as we can see, there is no patch on the side of Kenneka's jacket, right? Because this is Kenneka's jacket. This is the fake Kenneka in the bathroom. Yeah, y'all see that, right? Okay, so I want you guys to see something here. I want you guys to see something here. All right. When we look at this video, it's gonna shock the world. Let's go back to where the young lady was in the bathroom right here. Let's go back there, people. I want you guys to see something right here. Okay. Now, as we can see, people, it's clear as daylight. There's the patch. That is very distinguished and it's very noticeable, peoples. And then you can see the body of this girl. She is so thin. Kenneka wasn't thin like that, people. Do you understand what I'm saying? So let me rewind this video back a little bit. I said Kenneka was not that thin. See that? See that, peoples? Kenneka was not that thin. And then another thing I want you to notice, look at the hair. See how thin the hair is on the back of the jacket? You see how thin it is? It is really thin. And then the hair goes all the way down to her butt. Y'all see that, right? Clear as daylight. You see it, crystal clear. Okay, so now let me show you something, peoples. Let me show you some peoples. Let me go to the part right here. Bingo to the bingo. Look at that right there. Look how thick that is. Look how thick that is. Okay. So you mean to tell me that she just literally fluffed more hair to come on the back? So let me go ahead and let me take a picture of this, peoples, so you guys can clearly see for yourself. All right. So let me go here. Let me go to where this picture is, and I'm going to put this on my desktop. Okay. So I'm going to move this to the desktop right there. Bingo. Okay. There it is right there. Now, let me go and let me take a picture of this right here. Take a picture of this right here. Now, this part right here, look at this right here in this video. You can clearly see in the other picture, the bra encompasses the whole cleavage or the whole breast itself. This doesn't go all the way over the breast. It just only tapers at the tip of the breast. As you can see, that's the way that it's designed, peoples. That's the way it is designed. because and I've seen bras. I know bras. I'm a breast man, you know. I'm a breast man, and I know bras. And so if this was going to encompass the whole bra, I mean the whole breast itself, well then this would have been a little bit more to where you would saw an extra lining. But see, this only stops right here. See that? Let me enlarge this so you guys can clearly see what I'm talking about. See, this is designed right here is just to only just sit like that and show the cleavage, show all of this extra breast. And this is only designed just to cover the tip of the breast, the nipple, and that little black cord thing or whatever on your on your breast. That's the way that this bra is designed. It doesn't encompass the whole breast itself. You see that, right? But when we looked at the other picture, the one that she was in coming out the elevator, well, that's just only covering the tip. But when we look at this, peoples, and let me go to the part to where she was getting off the elevator. Okay. Let's go all the way up to where she was getting off the elevator. Right here. You can clearly see right there, peoples, bingo to the bingo. Look at that right there. It is a lot of white. And it's a lot of white. And all of that white is the bra. You see that? See how it goes from the bottom of her breast where her nipples would have been sitting to the top of the breast. See that? You clearly see that, right? And it's encompassing the whole entire breast itself. So the ladies who have big breasts, you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about, because you got a lot of white right here. And it's encompassing the whole entire breast. The bra is. There it is right there. It's in your face. Okay, so here, let me go ahead and let me play this. See? Now, as she leans, those babies falls out. And now we get that same effect as the girl in the bathroom. See? It's just sitting down there, sitting at the bottom. But see, all of this breast is exposed. But see, the difference is between her breast and the young lady's breast in the bathroom is these are big and round. You see that? They're puffy. They got some meat in it. These are big, juicy, and round. But when you look at the girl in the bathroom, peoples, when you look at the girl's breast in the bathroom, and let's go there, people. Let's go there. Let's go there. Look at the girl in the bathroom here, and let me fast forward this. Look at her breast. Her breast is not big and round. Let me fast forward to it. Where am I? Let me play it. So I can find it on my thing. There it is, right there. Okay. So now let me go ahead and let me backtrack this a little bit. And so when you look at her breasts, peoples, we're going to get back to the hair. See how thin the hair is right here, peoples? You see the little strip of hair? See that little strip of hair? That is just only facing the on her backside. Let me get a picture of that so you guys can see. Let me get a picture of this. Okay, got a picture of that. Okay, we're gonna get back to that in a moment. But right here, peoples, bingo to the bingo. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples. Look at that. The breast is so thin, but yet the breast is sitting at the tip of the nipple. The bra is, bra breast. Oh my God, I got to give it another name to it. Okay, but you can see Her breast is hanging. They're sagging. It ain't got no muscle to it. It ain't got no muscle to it, people. As you can see, it's just sagging breasts. See that? It's just sags. It is not puffed up, peoples. And even when the bra came down to the young lady's nipple, who got off the elevator, her breast was bulky and round. They were juicy. But this girl's breast is sagging. And let me show you, people. So let me show you let me show you right here. Let's go down here, people. Because see, it's a little bit more clear picture right here. Boom. Bingo to the bingo. Look at that, peoples. The breast is big and saggy, but they're not round. All they are long and hanging. They look like hot dog balloons. This is what we call hot dog breasts because they're long and they're sagging. It ain't got no meat in it, and it ain't puffy, and it ain't round. It ain't like oranges or cantaloupes. The girl at the elevator had cantaloupes. This girl got hot dog breasts because they're just sagging, as you can see. And so the bra cannot come up and cover the cleavage here because that's where it sits right here. This is the design right here. It's only designed to cover the tip and the nipple of the breast, as you can clearly see right there. See that? And then there's no black tapering on the bra itself. Nothing. You see that, right? Okay. So now, peoples, bingo to the bingo. And then this girl is thin, very thin. You see that, right? She's very thin. Kenneka was thick. Okay, let's play the video. So she a turn. Let's play the video, people. Or it's just the end of it. This may be the end of it. No, it's not the end. All right, let's play the video. Here, let's move the cursor and see. Okay, it's playing, but it's not. It's playing ever so slow. I forgot that I got it way in slow motion, so we're going to speed it up to a quarter, and then we're going to get back to this. And let's play the video. So it's moving because you can see the thing is moving right there. You can see the type is moving, but this just may be a still shot. That's why it's not actual video. So let's go to the actual video, peoples. And let's go to the actual video to where she's moving. Okay, there we go. Now let's look at it, people. See how thin she is? This girl is very, very thin. Kenneka was thick. See that? Look how thin her body is. Now, men knows bodies. And look at this. Look at these thighs. And look at this butt. It ain't even got no shape to it. It's a little rounded, but it's flat. Kenneka had a big, round butt. And she had thick thighs. And one thing I said again, you notice on the shoulders, this girl has a big patch. Very noticeable. And then she had a cut right there on the shoulder, as you can see. And then another thing I want you guys to notice about this jacket right here is clearly this. See the big patch right here? Right by where the thing, the tag is on her pants. It's a big patch right here. Okay, so now if we go to Kenneka's, and she was on her back, let's look at the patch and see if we find the patch. We don't see it right here. So now let's go to, Okay, you guys hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. So now let's look at this right here because this patch is right there by her tag. So now let's look at Kenneka's let's look at Kenneka's original photos right here. And then I know we had some pictures of the patch. Now let's look at the patch right here. Okay, now let's look at the jacket. Bingo to the bingo peoples. There is the patch. Where is the patch on the jacket? You don't see it. There's the tag on the pants. But her jacket is tapered and you don't see the big patch right there. Clear as daylight, right? Okay, so now let me go ahead and let me do a picture of that's in here, right here. Let me take a picture of this, and then we're going to compare that as well. All right, so let me go and let me find a location of this right here. Now let's call up these pictures to the desktop. Okay, let's get that one right here. Let's get that one right here. Did I get it? Yep, I think I got it. Okay. All right, so now let's go back and let's compare these to that right there. The jacket. Okay, look at the jacket, peoples. You see the patch right there. Here's these pictures. Let me get these pictures in order right here. Okay, there is no patch that is under the jacket of Kenneka. See that? There's the tag. There's the tag right there. And then if you look at the, let me see if I can find a better picture. Yeah, that is even better. Look at the back of Kenneka's jacket. There is no big patch right here. And then if we look at the other picture, I'm gonna have to get another picture of this up. Okay. All right, so let me call up another pic. Let me call up the other picture. Let me call up the other picture right here. So where are you, Kenneka? Okay, that's even better right there. Bingo to the bingo. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. You see that right there, right? Okay. Now we know the tag is right there where the patch is, but look at this right here. See, Kenneka's jacket is not having all of that shaded stuff right here. Two different pictures, two different angles. You see that? The jacket is different, people. The jacket is different. See, you don't even have the big shaded thing right here or right here, not on the shoulder and not on the back of the jacket, as you can clearly see in the photos right here and in the photos right here, because this gives you a crystal clear cut photo of Kenneka's jacket. And Kenneka's jacket is cut higher. And then there's the patch right there. There's the patch. The shaded part of this jacket right here should match where the tag is. There's the tag right there, people. You see that? There's the tag right there. And then there's the part right here of the jacket. Well, on the jacket right here is all has kind of like a shaded look to it. Well, on Kenneka's jacket, it's not shaded like this, right? On Kenneka's shoulder, it's not shaded like this, right? And then there's the tag, because you can see the tag on Kenneka's pants right there. See that little tag right there? There it is right there. And that shaded part comes to where the tag is. And there's Kenneka's tag on her pants. And as you can see, peoples, this jacket goes all the way down to her waistline. Where Kenneka's jacket doesn't go all the way down to her waistline, is cut up there by her belly button or a little higher than that. And this is what they call the Daisy Duke jacket, because Daisy Duke wore those little cut pants and cut jacket to where it just shows your abdomen, your stomach from your belly button on down to your waist. See that? Now I know you guys say, oh, well, no, she's bent over and stuff, but peoples, look at the jacket. The jacket is not going to cuff up that much to where you have all of this area right here exposed, to where her jacket is full length and it goes from her neck all the way down to the waistline. You can clearly see that, peoples. It goes all the way to her neck, to her waistline. You see that, right? So even if she's bent over like that, this jacket is not going to encompass all of this area right here. So even if she bent over, that is not going to expose a great area like that, peoples. No, peoples. That is indicative of the fact that this jacket is cut shorter than this jacket right here. Clear as daylight. You can clearly see that. And then you can clearly see the patch on the back of the jacket ain't the same patch on the jacket right here, peoples. Two different jackets, two different looks, because this is a faded grayish and this is a real denim blue. And then look at the waistline, peoples. Look at Kenneka's butt. It is bigger and thicker, and she's wider hips. This girl got thin hips. And Kenneka has a little bit more round to the brown. Her little hump is right there, and then it tapers down flat, because this is the part to where she seats down. You see, so she has an awkward booty. You see that, peoples, right? Kenneka was always well formed. Always. And Kenneka had boopers. She had cantaloupes. This girl didn't have cantaloupes. She had hot dog breasts. So that is indicative of the fact, peoples, that this girl is different from Kenneka, who is in the freezer. Clear as daylight. Clear as daylight, peoples. So I have already proven to you unequivocally and undeniably that this girl is not Kenneka in the bathroom with Monifa. It is a different girl. Mariah Lavender, how many different girls have I shown you on yesterday? I shown you 4, right? I still got 2 more to go to show you that it was 6 girls who played Kenneka in that establishment. Now, if you go watch my live the only other day, peoples, you will see that I have clearly showed you and identified 4 different girls in the establishment, peoples. 4 different girls with 4 different outfits, 4 different tracks, and 4 different body styles. Now, how are you going to sit here and tell me Edward Joseph don't know what the fuck he's talking about when I am clearly showing you, peoples, unequivocally and undeniably, the difference in the denim of the jeans, in the looks, in the tapering, in the styles of the outfits. Don't sit here and ever tell Edward Joseph what the fuck he doesn't know, peoples, because I will make mincemeat out of your ass. You're stupid. You're stupid. Because see, the thing is, peoples, you can't disprove me. You can't debunk me. This is my expertise. And none of you suckers has ever pointed this out in great detail like I am doing now. You never did it. You never did it. And see, this is the problem that I have with many of you, because you guys don't fucking listen. You got your goddamn mouths open, but you never listen. You got to learn to listen, people, and you got to listen to learn. But you all the time got your big mouths open thinking that you know shit that you don't know. Peoples, I've been speaking upon this for years, and I've told you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples, that it was not Kenneka Jenkins walking the halls of that establishment. I told you that for years. None of you people wanted to listen to me, but that's fine. You're listening now. You're learning something now, and you're learning something again, peoples. That girl that they had inside of the bathroom was not Kenneka Jenkins. The real Kenneka Jenkins was there. In the reenactment, peoples, they brought this fake girl, which you see right here. And it's not Kenneka Jenkins, because Kenneka Jenkins had on a totally different outfit, peoples. And she is a lot thicker, and she looks a lot better than this heifer that is playing her in the bathroom. Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. Sit here and tell me what the hell that I don't know shit. I wish a sucker would come up here and tell me what I don't know. You guys are suckers. Lollipops. All right, people, I got to go ahead and clear these videos real quick. So y'all just got to give me a moment. And then I get to the people in the chat. I see you. But let me clear these videos, people, so I can have more memory. Because two of them, okay, all of them finished. All right, so let's go here. Trey Gay, Thunder Booty. Let me go and call the original file up. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty 2. Let me see, do I have it? The very last. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty 2. Oh, I don't have it, so I'm going to have to make a file for this. So let me copy that. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty 2. Copy that, put that in there. Okay. See, that's why my computer is running slow, because I got to get these videos up here. All right. So copy that in there. Once I delete these, then it'll be a little bit more faster. But all right. So now copy that to the live, Kenneka Jenkins lives right there. Once that copies people's, then I can be able to do some things. So you guys hold on, let that copy. I'll be right back. Let me delete that. Let me go to my downloads, Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty. Okay, let me delete that. And then let me make sure that I don't have an extra copy of that. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty. Let's see here. Trey Gay, the Thunder. There we go. Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty. Okay. Delete that. Okay. And then let me go to my desktop and let me delete that. All right. And then I got one more thing I have to go ahead and delete. So that was a big one. So let me go there. Now let me go here and let me delete Trey Gay, the Thunder Booty 2. Yep, delete that. Bingo. Now that gave me a lot more. So I got a little bit more freedom right now. Okay, so that's good. So we'll get back into this. All right, so let me go ahead and give a shout out to the people in the chat. Let me see who came in. Okay, Mildred has said, hello, Gina, to you, to be. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gina, to you, to be, had said, greetings, Edward, Carla, and Mildred. Gina, to you, said, also, the Fox, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but FAUX, Kenneka has a 3 1/4 sleeve frayed jacket sleeve. So you guys know clothing better than I do. And then Gina had said Kenneka had a cuff on her jean jacket. And see, there you have it, people. You have people who, you have Gina, who knows about clothes, who knows about fashions, because that's how she dressed. Well, I mean, she don't dress like them, but, you know, she knows about fashion. So it takes a lady to know ladies' fashion. And that's what it is. I can only explain it the best way that I can. They're explaining it, and she's explaining to you, and she's explaining the fashion. Carla Henry has says, blessings to you, Gina, to you be. Gina had said, Kenneka had the frayed 3 1/4 sleeve jacket, and the FAUX, Kenneka had a cuff on her sleeve of the jacket. Hello, Brazy Certified World Media. Brazy had said that time is also 3:25, which is edited from the time of the original video. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah Lavender says, hello, Mr. Edward and everyone. And then Mariah Lavender says, hey, at Carla and at Gina to you. And then Gina to you says, greetings, Mariah. And then Gina to you said, greetings, Brazy. And then Gina had said, dang, I can't spell today, laughing aloud, greetings, Matt. And then clearly, Gina had said, clearly the jackets are different, which is the point that I have been trying to make forever and a day, peoples. 2 different girls. Gina had said crop jackets is the fashion term. And then Mariah had said 4. All right, people, so I'm all caught up with the chat and things. Let me see, because I just heard something just finished. Okay, so Trey Gay Thunder Booty Part 2, we've already got that, so let me delete that. And then let me go Kenneka Jenkins Final Moments. Let me go ahead and copy that. So this would be the last one I'll copy, because after this I had a lot more memory. So Kenneka Jenkins Final Moments, put that right in there. Okay, Kenneka Jenkins Final Moments, Kenneka Jenkins Final Moments, put that in there. All right, and then put that in Kenneka's Lives and copy that. So as you can see, peoples, as I have been showing you forever and a day, peoples, again, and it doesn't matter if you don't believe me, and I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm not asking anybody to do anything. What I'm saying is simply this. I have watched all of this video content for years. I watched it for years. And because I am a videographer, photographer, there's things that I can see, and I have trained my eye to see throughout the years that the average person don't see. And when I tell you, I'm telling you for a reason. And I'm telling you that the girl who played Kenneka was different. It wasn't Kenneka. And I told you that for many years. Many of you guys didn't believe me, which is what's okay with me. It was, everybody sees things different. Everybody sees things different. Everybody interpret things different and stuff, and so on and so forth. That's good. But see, the thing is that when you want to insinuate that Edward Joseph is a liar and that I am just throwing all of this shit out here just for clicks and views and things, well, then now you ruffled my feathers a little bit, because everybody is passionate about this case. I understand that, everybody, and I understand that everybody interprets it differently and things. But see, the thing is, peoples, if I can sit back and listen to you rant and rave about what you proclaim to know about this case, and then I come back and then I rant and rave, and then I show you that your shit stinks and that you got it all wrong, but yet you still come with all of this aggressiveness and wanting to try to, say all of this stupid shit, well then, yeah, I'm going to be on your shit big time. I'm going to talk about you. I'm going to put you under the bus. I'm going to debunk your ass, and then I'm going to bury your ass big time. Because see, the thing is, peoples, I can deal with us having a disagreement. What I won't accept is you insistently come into my live with all of this bullshit and madness, and I've already proven to your ass that the fucking thing that you have been saying for years don't mean shit. It ain't real. It ain't true. So your ass can sit up there and play music forever and a day. That's why your ass ain't even talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case no more. You sit your ass over there all day long, whine and complain, and all like this. Who gives a fuck? Do you understand what I'm saying? So the thing is, if you are as passionate as the Kenneka Jenkins case as I am, well, goddamn, why are we at odds? We shouldn't even be at odds. We should be able to work together and work through some things. But see, the thing is, people, I can't stand with a passion a sucker that comes in and all the time got disdain on his lips and then want to tell me what the fuck I don't know. Nigga, will bury your ass every goddamn time and then some. And then send you home to your mama crying and put a clean diaper on your ass. And I will shut you the fuck up every time. I will fuck you up. Every time. Every time you go live, I will be right there. I will blast video after video after video after video after video, and I will fuck you up. And I will embarrass your ass all over the goddamn internet. And there's no reason to come in with disdain on your lips and stuff and getting mad and shit. What the fuck are you mad for? You had your opportunity to showcase your talents and showcase to the people what you thought that Now I'm doing the same. Now I'm sharing your ass up. And still you come with disdain on your lips. Give me a fucking break with that shit. See, that's when I get mad, peoples. That's when I get mad. I am only showing you my findings. Your ass don't have to believe it. But what I say is simply this. In order for me to believe your shit, you have to prove to me. Prove to me and then prove to the people that of what you say is actual, factual, and true. And if you can't stand on your own 2 feet and come and give a narrative and prove to the people, you ain't shit. Don't tell me shit. Don't show me no shit, and don't say no shit. Say it on your goddamn channel. Say it with everybody else, but leave me the fuck alone. It's all that I'm saying. If you can't give a narrative to that of what you are trying to portray to the people, shut the fuck up. It's just that simple. And then what are you getting mad for? Well, you're getting mad at me because I'm showcasing my talents. I'm showing you that of what my findings is, and it totally debunks and destroys everything that you've ever been saying. Give me a break. And that goes with every goddamn YouTuber, all of you people, every last one of you who ever talked about this Kenneka Jenkins case. I have always told you all, if you cannot stand 10 toes down with what you say and what you believe and give a narrative to it and prove your stance, you are a sucker. You are a lollipop in my book. And the things that you're showing and saying, it don't mean shit to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? That goes with every goddamn YouTuber that ever talked about this Kenneka Jenkins case. You're a sucker in my book when you cannot explain and express that of what your findings is. You know, you're a sucker in my book. And don't come to me and trying to prove to me anything or show me anything or tell me anything when you can't stand 10 toes down with what you believe. See, it's a difference between thinking of things, peoples, and have a feeling of things or believing things. I believe what I had said. That's why I've been so passionate about it. That's why it has been ingrained in my heart, not just my mind. It's not my perception. It is my belief. And when you believe something, you go full bat, you go full off the hinges and to defend that. And I have been doing that for many, many years. And I have been in battles with a lot of people because nobody believed whatever Joseph had to say. That's fine. But now when I got enough of listening to all of this bullshit and madness, and then I broke out my big guns and I had to show you my true experience, and show you what I see and what I know with my goddamn ego eyes, it shut you the fuck up. Because any of you motherfuckers can ever come and debunk me, bring your ass onto my panel and then debunk me from what I'm saying. If you can. But you can't. And the reason why you can't, because you don't know shit. And the reason why you don't know shit, because you haven't did a deep dive into the shit to learn. You all mouth and head, but you ain't moving shit. So again, people, I stand 10 toes down with what I said. Now, anybody who's bad enough to come and debunk me, come on and debunk me. Come and debunk me. Show me up. And then show the people that your shit smells like a goddamn bed of roses. But if you can't do it, shut the fuck up. Stay in your lane and go and do what you're going to do on your channel. Believe me the fuck alone. Is that all right, peoples? And that goes with any goddamn YouTuber that ever talked about this Kenneka Jenkins case. Every last one of you. Now, again, I got skills, peoples, and I have a gift that God has given me. And there's no need for me to sit here and try to make money off of goddamn videos and stuff. I'm passionate about what I do. And I can prove every goddamn thing that I say. Can you? That's the question, people. I've always asked the people, you know, come and prove your stance. I give you an opportunity to come to the live and prove your stance. Prove that of what you proclaim and things. And if you can't, then forever shut the fuck up. You know, because if you come to the community with that shit, I'm going to be on your ass. Edward Joseph, is going to be on your ass. And you're not going to like it. Because, you know, it's far too long spent, people, for people to continue to keep spending this hilarious and nefarious bullshit. Now, you guys don't have to believe that there is two girls that played Kenneka or two girls that got assaulted, but I have already proven that. The people had called for an ambulance, and they had said two batteries and an assault. Batteries is serious. Batteries will put you in the hospital. An assault can be anything. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go to the hospital, but it's just that somebody had did something nefarious to you. Battery is serious, and that's why the officer had called for an ambulance with an escort. So that means somebody is in dire need. Somebody is on the brink of death. Now, you suckers have all of the video footage. Did you ever see any ambulance come to the front door of the Crown Plaza or behind at the Crown Plaza? Did you guys ever see that, peoples? You know, you're not going to see every goddamn thing play out on video, peoples. And that's the thing that you guys need to see and understand. It is a lot enough evidence in here to prove the misdealings and the wrongs in the cover-up that this establishment had did. Everything is not going to be filmed. And if it was filmed, which it was, you're not going to see it because they covered their tracks. Because if any of that shit got out, peoples, man, don't you know that TM literally would have won the $50 million? She would have won it, peoples. She would have won 50 million and not the 5 or 10 million that she got. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that would have been undisputable evidence. And just because you think it doesn't make it, that doesn't make it like it's what you're saying is actual, factual, and true. I need you guys to get that. You know, what happened to Kenneka, we may never ever see. We may never ever see. But the girl who played Kenneka, this shit happened to her and not the real Kenneka. And I'm going to bolster my claim with that as well. Peoples. Because what happened to Kenneka is just like what TM said. What you guys thought happened to Kenneka didn't happen to Kenneka. She told you that herself. She told you that. You know? And so why do you sit here and think that you just know what happened to Kenneka when you haven't seen a goddamn thing that ever happened to Kenneka? You can assume just because the people have on the same goddamn outfit and stuff. But you don't know. You absolutely don't know unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. You don't know. You don't know what happened to Kenneka. You could only assume. Now, let me bolster my claim, peoples, like I did on last night, and then I'm gonna get back into what I was saying. Freaked up some memories, so that's cool. All right, so I want to go to this picture that I've shown last night, peoples, and then I want you guys to make sense of this right here, clear as daylight. Same type of outfit, same spacing in from the same spacing in from the waist of the pants to the upper lining of the jacket. So we can assume that this is Kenneka. We can assume that this is Kenneka. And if it's not Kenneka, it has to be the other girl who played Kenneka. But why would they want to go? Why would the gangs want to go and get the fake Kenneka when they got the real Kenneka? You see what I'm saying? So explain this to me. I get that Franz Cabe, I get that the beverage manager, I get that the other security people and all of these people was caught on video camera doing some things, or had their pants, had their shirt travailed out their pants. They were caught in certain areas and stuff. I get all of that. I get that the kids were running around the establishment and everybody was going back in an area to where the upper level kitchen is. I get that. I get all of that. Every goddamn body in the goddamn establishment is suspicious, hilarious, and nefarious. But help me to explain this when this is a video of a young lady who we deem is Kenneka on the floor, and the gang member is sitting over her, and this is a video. So help me explain that. See, when you guys want to give a narrative to when you guys want to give a narrative to this case, you got to incorporate everything, every little piece of thing in this. Just because you found something and you want to give a narrative to it, then you deem it law. Well, then it's not law, because who in the fuck is this? Who in the fuck was the girl who played Kenneka in the establishment? All of the girls who I have showed you. I've shown you 4 different girls so far. What the fuck happened to them? And did you ever see any of those girls exit the establishment? Did you? No, you didn't. Because if you did, you would have came to me, Edward Joseph. Oh, no, you know, that's all cap. Here's the girl that you have outlined. You ain't never seen a girl other than balls that was dressed like Kenneka walk out that establishment. That's the only girl that you ever seen in any of that video footage that dressed like Kenneka that walked out that establishment. And she had on some Uggs. She didn't have on no Jordans. She had on some Uggs. And many people thought that was Kenneka. Well, why would Kenneka go ahead and continually change her attire and change her accessories? That shit doesn't make no sense. And so this is why I keep trying to tell each and every one of you, when you want to develop your theories and when you want to develop your narrative, you have to be concise and incisive. And when you get a bit of something different, then you got to go back and do your research and say, okay, well, let me take a look at this. Now, I stand by what I say, but then let me go back and take a look at this and see if what I have is actual, factual, and true. And when someone like me is literally showing you that what you have been saying ain't what you think it is, and you refuse to go do some research or even come and acknowledge the shit that I'm showing you, well, then you stupid. You're the fool. Because I'm sitting here schooling your ass and telling you that what you are saying is wrong. And you can't even come to my line to debunk me. You can't. And that's what I'm saying. It's okay for you to believe, or it's okay for you to put your narrative out there. But if I am putting something out there to make you look at something and make you question that of what you've ever been saying, and then you still continue to go 10 toes down with that shit without even acknowledging, okay, well, let me do some research. Let me go back. Let me take a look at this. Or even have a conversation with me about what my findings is. You stupid. It ain't me who's stupid. You stupid. You stupid. Because TM had already told you, Kenneka did not die in the manner to which you guys thought she did. And your theory don't work. Because you have to encompass every goddamn thing, peoples, in the narrative. Now, I told you how you can be able to understand who a person is by the silhouette. Now, we got enough, we got enough in here, in this silhouette, to deem whether or not this is really Kenneka Jenkins or not. You know, because look, we can look at the jacket. One of the things that I looked at was how far up the jacket was from the waistline of the pants. Second thing is the color of the jacket. Third thing is the backside and how rounded it is. And then the fourth thing is the tapering on the pants. Now, We can do a comparison to that, peoples. Clear as daylight. We can do a comparison to that. Well, we know this is not this girl because, again, there is a lot of lining in here that she doesn't have. You see that, right? You see that, right? That's the first thing you look at. Then the second thing you look at, the color. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what lighting and stuff. It's the color. The color, even when they darken it, peoples, the color doesn't match. You see that, right? The color don't match. Now, if we look at the jacket right here, and we look at the frosting right here, well, we look at the frosting over here. Now, this is all blurred out and stuff, as you can see, but it's still tapering. You see that? And then look at the lining. Look how the ripples in the jacket, it goes kind of like a little wavy pattern. And then if you look at this, it kind of goes in a wavy pattern. You see that, right? You know, and then there's a big light patch right there. There's a big little light patch right there. Now, is it going to be an exact match? No, it's a silhouette. You're looking at the high tones and the low tones in the jacket, peoples, and you're comparing that to the high tones and the low tones in the jacket right here. You see that, right? And then you can see right here, it's like light, and then it gets kind of dark in the center. So this is light, and then it gets dark in the center right here, as you can see. So it's almost like people's. Well, we can tell that this is Kenneka because, as you can see, just by the silhouette alone, here's the light spots, here's the light spots, right in the center, right up the center, right here. Is the dark spots, and here's the dark spots right up in here in this area. And then we have these little light patches right here. Which is the little light patches right here. You see that, right? And then from where the pants to where the jacket is, here's the pants. But if it was more up on her waistline, it will be approximately about the same distance. And so I can almost say with certainty, this is Kenneka on this floor. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just looking by the silhouette. Just looking by the silhouette. It's not going to be an exact match, something that you can just look at this picture and say, oh, yeah, well, there's the spot, there's the spot, there's this, there's that. People's no. Use common sense. Use common sense. How many girls did you ever see in that establishment that had an outfit like this? That to where the jacket was tapered, and then you can see the whole big area of the lining within her waistline and her stomach. How many people? You know? And then why would they go ahead and pick up those girls if you did see it, other than the person, Kenneka Jenkins? Why would they do that, people? So that's the next thing I would ask you. See, you got to make it make sense. Why would they go and get a fake girl and then go ahead and have her captured when you can get the real deal? And it was said that Kenneka was one who had set up people and stuff. So why would they want to go and spend all of this time and effort in getting somebody other than the person who they really can get and come after? Now, you ain't got to believe me, but I debunked me up on this. Because I gave you enough. I gave you enough to pretty much come up with a good conclusion that is Kenneka. Because again, show me any other girl like this that had this same type of attire. Okay, you say the fake Kenneka. All right, so we go with that. Fake Kenneka. So then my question would be, why would the gang members go and get the fake Kenneka when they can get the real Kenneka? Explain that. See, I've always have a comeback for everything that you ask. It doesn't make no sense to get the fake Kenneka when you can get the real Kenneka. And they already been doing shady shit, so you know, hey. So do you see what I'm saying? So when you are incorporating your narrative, you got to incorporate every piece, and you got to explain this, peoples. You got to explain that. And if you can't explain it, peoples, well, then what the fuck are you talking about? Now, bingo to the bingo. You see this right here. Here is a long line right here. Here is a long line right here. So it's the pocket. It's the pocket of the young lady. Because what other thing can you come up with? I mean, there's a long line along the pants right here. See the long line right there? On the back of the pants, that's all you see. It's a long line right here. And there's the long line. So this is a long line of the pocket. Everything else is faded out. What did I tell you? I said that you have to look at the silhouette, peoples. Everything is not going to be just like you can identify it with certainty, but it's certain characteristics that you can see in the silhouette that you can see on the pants, peoples. You see that, right? And then right here at the top of the pants right here, there you see a black spot. What do you see right there? There you see a black spot. Right? Okay. And then from the distance from that to the pocket right here, look at the distance from here to the pocket right there. And then this is almost at an angle. This is almost at an angle right here. You see that, right? Bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo people. So, I mean, with all of that said, peoples, you know, in my eyes, in my conclusion, this is Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. This is Kenneka Jenkins. Now, if you got a better theory, then come with it. I said, if you got a better theory, then come with it, peoples. And I'm not saying allegedly either. I'm saying that is Kenneka, because it wouldn't make no sense for them to go through all of this trouble to go and get a fake Kenneka when they got the real person there that they can do whatever they want to do with. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it doesn't make sense to go and get a fake girl and go ahead and have her laying down and doing all this stuff when they can have the real person. So whatever happened to the girl who walked the halls of that establishment, it wasn't the real Kenneka who was getting assaulted by the people who were in the halls trying to track her down. Because again, you got to make sense of the picture that I just showed you. Why, when they have this girl in their possession, would they allow her to go and walk some halls? Only for the establishment or anybody else to track her down. It doesn't make no sense. And if Kenneka died on the 7th, which I said, yes, she did, because the mega data on the pictures from the Rosemont website had showed and said so, and I wasn't the only one who did that, but some other YouTuber had did the same thing and came up with the same findings. Well, then what is that telling you? It's telling you that Kenneka Jenkins was commandeered, assaulted, and everything well before the 9th. Well before the 9th. And you can't disprove to me that that wasn't Kenneka on that gurney decomposed. You can't put Kenneka in the hallway. You can't tell me that the girls that was walking the hallway is Kenneka Jenkins, because I have already shown you they have a different watch. I've clearly shown you that. And Kenneka is not going to wear a dirty band on her person, peoples. As you see in the picture right there, that thing is faded and dirty. This is vibrant and clean. Kenneka wore a gray watch. The girls in the hallway wore a black watch. What makes you think that Kenneka is going to put on a dirty band around her wrist and walk the halls of that establishment, or even walk into the establishment or do something? No, people, that's not Kenneka's character. See, now you're playing with my intelligence. You stupid if you ever think that this girl wore a dirty band like that, when the band that you clearly see right there is crystal clear and clean. Well, what type of girl do you think she is, peoples? She's always kept herself upright and nice and neat and stuff. She doesn't strike me as the person that will go and wear dirty things, dirty accessories and stuff and be prancing. She's got a nice watch, so why would she have a dirty band with a nice watch? Think about that. See, people, it's just common sense that many of you don't have. Common sense. Well, would you walk out with a dirty band on your wrist? Would you? Well, if you're not going to do it, why do you think she did it? You stupid. You're stupid, peoples. You're goddamn stupid. All right, so let me see. I see some more people came into the house. Hello, Mello. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mello has says, "What's up, bro, Ed, and everybody in the chat?" And Colin Henry says, "Blessings, Mariah." Jenna to you has says, "Greetings, Mello." Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson said, "Hello, everyone." Colin Henry had says, "Hello, Mello." Or Mello, hello. The hello is Mello. Okay. Gina to you had says, "Greetings, Randall." Colin Henry had says, "Randall, hello." Brazy Certified World Media. No, Carly Henry says, "Brazy Certified, hey there." And then Jenna to you said, "Like and subscribe." Yeah, so you guys come on, like and subscribe to this channel and get these numbers up and stuff, people. Thank you. You have matched the numbers of the likes and stuff. I greatly appreciate it. For all of you who haven't subscribed to the channel, come on and subscribe to the channel. Make Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live your home. Y'all come on and support this person here, because see, peoples, I'm only doing my best to express and show you and explain to you what my findings is. That's all, what my findings is. Is that all right, peoples? All right. Gina to you has said, "God has given the gift to everyone. It's up to them to open and utilize the gift that was given." Yeah. And so, peoples, it is up to you to seek and try to find your purpose and what God has blessed you with. Now, if you choose not to do that, well, then that's upon you. I can't help you with there. But I know my gift, and I know what I can do, and that's what I do. And I do it very well, and I utilize it every day. I don't let it go to waste, peoples. And this is why I try to educate you. Use common sense. And then when people are showing you something or telling you something and stuff, and it totally goes against what you have been saying, go and do a deep dive and do your research. And then come back and give a conversation to it. See, when you are silent, you know what that tells me? That tells me, Edward Joseph, you're right. Everything that you're saying and everything that you're doing is right. And I don't have a comeback to that. I can't challenge that. So with my silence, I am going to say I agree with you. Because any other time, if you had something, peoples, my experience has always been with all of you. If you had something, oh my God, you would hear it like white on rice, telling me what you know and all of this, and then telling the people and boosting up the people, with all of this and that and the other. But if you really had something, but now since I'm showing you what my findings is and totally debunking everything that you ever said, you ain't got shit to say. You ain't got shit to say. And that's how I measure it, peoples. Because if your shit was real, you'll be right here. But if your shit stink, you ain't saying shit. Simple. And yes, I'm going to talk my shit too. Yes, I'm going to talk my shit because see, the thing is, I have the kahunas to get on here and to showcase and to prove to the American people, to all of you, what my findings is, and stand 10 toes down upon that, and then challenge anybody to debunk me if you can. See, I know my shit don't stink. I know my shit is real. I know what I'm showing you is real, and it totally goes against everything that you've been saying. And that's why you don't have a comeback. That's why you can't challenge me. That's why I go unchallenged on my channel. Because if you had some shit, then you'll be conversing with me. Okay, Edward Joseph, this is my findings. This is how I interpret it. This is how I see it. That's if you can do it, but you can't do it. Your silence is golden. I said it's golden, peoples. Because if you had anything back in the past, I saw each and every one of you. If you had something, you were here, you were saying it. But now you can't say shit because, man, I blew this shit out the water. Anytime that you feel that you want to challenge Edward Joseph about anything, bring it on, because I'm always going to do a deep dive. And I'm always going to make sure that everything that I see and that I say, that I give to you. Now, in the beginning, I gave you my narrative. And my narrative in the beginning is changed from the way that it is. But see, that's what life is, people. We evolve. See, you guys all the time thinking and staying back in the past and thinking that people is back in the past. We surpassed that, peoples, because the more we know, the more we go. And the more that I've learned, the more that I go hard and heavy up on it. And all of you hilarious and nefarious people who sat up here and listened to Casey Cloyo Vera Sanchez Medina, where in the fuck is she now? Where in the fuck are you now? You're the suckers that listen to her. You know, I didn't listen to her. You did. What the fuck you got to say to me now? Not a goddamn thing. And I've already shown you that that bitch was fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. Because all she did was just manipulated you into thinking what she wanted you to believe. And come to find out that shit was wrong. And so I have exposed her. Now, if I expose her, what do you think I can do to you? See, people, that's the difference. I've always stood 10 tones down with what I believe. Always. And see, many of you guys are visuals. Well, if I don't see it, I don't believe it. Who fucking cares? I don't care. I don't care. You don't have to believe me. I keep telling you that. But whether you believe me or not, don't come and disrupt my chat. Don't come in my live and disrupt my live. If you got something to say, hey, the link is in the chat. Come to the live and then shoot your shot and say what you need to say. But other than that, if you got an opposing view, don't come in hilarious and nefarious and fuck up what I got going on here with your salacious, dumbass madness. You're a sucker. You're a lollipop. So, if you can't say it here, say it on your channel. That's fine. Let those suckers over there listen to all of that madness that you have to say. But if you come here and you're going to talk, you're going to come with some respect and you're going to come with some receipts. And if you can't do neither, stay the fuck out my channel. Stay the fuck out my live. We don't need you here. I don't need hilarious and nefarious people who cannot come and exegese that of what their findings is. If you can't do that, you're a sucker. You're a lollipop. And that goes with everybody. I don't give a fuck who you is. Now, peoples, you heard the men say 2 batteries and an assault. What does that tell you? That tells you it is 3 people who has been used and abused. Now, my question to all of you suckers out there and you lollipop lickers, show me anything that you can prove to me that an ambulance ever came to the Crown Plaza. If you didn't see it on the 8th, and if you didn't see it on the 9th, well then it had to happen at an earlier time. Or it was video footage that they cut out that they did not want you to see. That is the only 2 things that you can ever go with, peoples. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. So a lot of shit in this case that you've never seen don't mean that it didn't happen. But the shit that you do see, guess what? It happened. Now, since I got your attention, peoples, let me go over the picture of the young lady who was in the room with Shamaya. Let me go over the picture. Okay, that's the jacket. I don't need the jacket. I want the hair. See the hair right here? Okay, let's look at the hair right here, peoples. And then let's look at the hair of the young lady in the bathroom, peoples. Now, notice the difference, peoples. Notice the difference in between the hair. See how thick the hair is sitting back? And you see how big the rump is on that girl? And look how thin. See how bulky and thick the hair is behind her neck? And look how a little thin piece of hair that is behind her neck. Peoples, see that? Look how nice and dark this is. And look how kind of like a little brownish it is. But I'm not so much concerned about the color. I'm concerned about the hips. See how big these hips is, and look how small that little hip is right there. But most importantly, look at the how the hair is behind her neck and down her shoulders and down her back, compared to this little tuft of hair that is lining down the back of her jacket. See that, peoples? When the girls go and do their hair and stuff, they don't keep fluffing their hair to where, you know, you have a lot of hair in the back. They don't keep doing that. Once it's done, it's done. They're good for the day. The only thing that they'll do is just kind of like brush their hair through the little piece of hair that is down in front of them. but not in back of them. You see that, people? You see that. Now see, people, see, I'm incorporating and I'm encompassing every goddamn piece of evidence. See, when you guys only just want to focus on one little thing, I'm giving you a good, wholesome synopsis of everything, not just one little thing. So you can accuse me of just focusing on one thing and calling it law. No, people, I'm covering every goddamn thing, every conceivable, possible thing that could ever be spoken upon. Now, let's go right here, peoples. Since we got that, now let's go into the kitchen. No. Do I have the part to when they first came in and it was over there by the stairs? Do I have that, peoples? Let me see. Let me check my video. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. But even still with this right here, peoples. Now, look at her hair. See how the hair is all flanged and stuff and down her back? You can clearly see it in the photo, in the video right there. Clearly see it, right? See? It's all spread apart down her back right there. See that, right? Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that, peoples. Okay, so now let's go again, peoples. Let me go and show the video. Now, about right here. Remember, right here is where Gina McGill had said that was it? No, I think it was right here. Well, now before I even make that statement, let me go back and check that video, because I know it was a point on this on this part of the film to where she said that there was somebody behind her, and all you had to do is just look at the top and it made it look like it was the light. Well, people's, this is the light that's reflecting on the top of this girl's head. Now, I would challenge Gina McGill to that, because this part ain't been edited and ain't nobody behind her, and nobody is merged in this part of the video was showing the top of her head. Now, I got to go back to what Gina McGill was saying and stuff when she's had said that somebody was merged into this part and that they wanted to blend the person into the top of the head. But on this video right here, this particular scene, people, Gina McGill, no one is with her. No one is holding her. No one is behind her. This is the light reflection on top of her head. Clear as daylight. You look at the video from this point in to this point in, you don't see no little boxes or little light things or discoloration or anything. This is nice and this is uniform, as you can see. Nice and uniform. All nice and uniform. All nice and uniform, peoples. You can tell a clip that was edited versus a clip that is not. Understand that, people. So I'll show you clips that is edited and I'll show you clips that is not. This is not one that has been edited, peoples. And on the top of her head is the reflection of the light, peoples, as you can see. Okay, peoples? All right. Learn something now. You're going to learn something today. All right, peoples. So now, when we go and we play the video, peoples, now we see bingo right here. Look at the hair. Look at the hair, peoples. Again, look at how spaced out the hair is behind the back. You see that, right? You see the hair, how spaced out behind the back. Look at the physique of the person. She has thick legs. She had broad shoulders. She has a black scrunchie on her wrist. As you can see the little black thing right there. And then look, she's thick. And her denim jeans match every other place to where we see this person is in the video. And it is a dark blue color and not a faded color, peoples, as you can see. Okay. But most importantly, look at the hair. See how the hair is spread out right there, peoples? Now, I'm covering all of you cynical people. So let me go and take a picture of this right here. And then we're going to compare that to the other picture that we have. So where's my camera? Get my camera. I'm going to take that. We're going to look at where that is. There it is right there. And then we're going to add that to the desktop right here. Bingo. Okay. Now let's call it that picture and let's call it this picture. Bingo to the bingo. You see that, right, peoples? Okay. So look at here. So this person is over in the lobby. And then this person's over in the kitchen. Okay. You see that, right, peoples? Now, we cannot see the patch on the side because it's on that side, because it's on the right side where the scrunchie is, right? Okay. And then we see the little tapering in the pants. But if we look at the butt, look how big that butt is. And then look at the way that she walks, the stance. You see that, right? See that, right? It's the same person. Right here is right here. It's the same person, as you can see. Because if you look at the hair and you compare the hair, bring that a little closer. Look at the hair, peoples. Look at the tapering of the hair, because the hair, it tapers. It comes almost kind of like a little point. And then look at the head. I know that the red line is in the way, but you can still see the circumference of the head. Look at the circumference of the head. You see that, right? Even though that the jackets don't really match so much so, but I want you to understand one thing. The jacket comes down to her waist. As the jacket comes down to her waist. As the jacket comes down to her waist. But Kenneka's jacket didn't come down to her waist. You see that? Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Okay, and so peoples, you know, we know that the tag is on the back of the pants, but we can see the tag right there because that's a little white spot right there. So her arm is covering the tag. You see that, right? You say, how could that be? Because the way she's shaped, the way she's turned. Well, peoples, this is at the edge of her jacket. And the edge of the jacket is covered right here with her arm flailing back from the edge of the jacket right there. You clearly see that, right? So it may seem like her butt is turned around, but remember, the tag is on the edge where, as you can see right here, her arm is covering the edge of her butt. See that? Oh, you didn't see that, people. Damn. Look at you, Edward Joseph, man. I said, look at you, Edward Joseph. You see that? So everybody's jacket came down to their waist, where Kenneka's jacket never came down to her waist. As you can see, peoples. And then look at the little tiny strip of hair. Little tiny strip of hair. And look how thick a big, long piece of hair, not just a little strip. You see that? Once they put the hair back there, the hair is going to stay. They're not going to keep adding hair back there and adding hair back there and adding hair back there. People just don't do that. They just don't do that. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's unnatural, people. It's not the norm. So when girls get started and they started their day, they prep their hair, and then that's how it's going to be. Nobody's going to keep coming adding hair and adding hair and adding hair. Once it's back there, it's back there. And whatever hair that they're going to have right there by their lapel, by their chest area, that's what it's going to be, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. I said bingo to the bingo peoples. You see that, right? You see that, right? See that? See, you didn't even know that, peoples. You didn't even know that, peoples. See? This is why I say, peoples, you got to look at everything. You just can't sit here and take a little piece and then just, oh yeah, that's Kenneka. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Like this. Oh my God, peoples, come on. You do yourself a lot of disjustice when you do that. You got to do your research and you got to do it thoroughly. That's why it's people like me. I love to collaborate with people, but you got to shut up and listen. Because see, if you don't listen, and if you don't listen to what I have to say, well, then you miss something. But if you keep talking and you keep wanting to over talk me, you'll never learn anything. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't come to my live and continue to keep ranting off and stuff and keep over talking me when I'm trying to teach you something, when I'm trying to tell you something, when I'm trying to collaborate with you. I let you get your words in, but you got to let me get a word in. You got to let me say something so you can learn something. Y'all hold on for a minute. All right, people, y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people. See, if you're ever going to politic with some people, you got to be open to what they say as well. And it ain't all about what you say, and it ain't all about what you think. You got to be open to listen to what other people have to say. And if you're not open and you all the time is going to overtalk people and blab at the mouth and stuff, you never learn anything. And then, that person has something that totally debunks you. You the one who looking stupid. Y'all hold on. Okay, people, so I'm back. All right. So again, if you don't learn to listen, you'll never listen to learn. And listening is learning, peoples. Because when you think that you got everything right, It's always going to be somebody like me that's going to come back and going to debunk you and going to tell you where to go. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you where to go. Y'all hold on for a second. Dang, I need to do this here. I ain't going to do that. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to do it like this. For myself, that's it. Okay. Okay, I'll keep it like that. All right, peoples, I'm back. So, like I said, peoples, don't get the big head, and don't just think that you know so much that you don't listen to what other people have to say. You know, never get the big head and things. So now, as you can see, the girls have a big chunk of hair that is right behind and is going down their back. Now let's go back to the video, peoples. Let's go back to the video, because see, like I say, I always like to cover everything, you know. Now let's go here, right here. See, in this part right here, we can still see the same girl because we can still see the same profile. Now, that's good that we have this because, again, like I told you, we can see the silhouette right here. So now let's go ahead and get a picture of this right here. And then let's go ahead and let's look at that, find out where it is. And there it is right there.
Yeah, online coach.
Hmm.
I think it should be an online coach.
Oh yeah. I should be something. I'm trying to educate these people, so you know. All right, so where is that photo at that I just had? There it is right there. Okay, now let's look at that, peoples. Let's look at that photo. See? Bingo to the bingo right there, peoples. Look at that. Now, I said that if we don't have a crystal clear cut picture, peoples, then we go and we look at the profile, right? I've always told you that. Okay, so now look right here, peoples. Look right here. It's just only a little tiny spot right here on the shoulder of the person in the kitchen that's walking in the kitchen, right? I got it from the video. You saw that. Okay. And then from the profile of the kitchen, this is her right shoulder, which this is her right shoulder right here, peoples. You don't see the big patch right here as you see right here, peoples, right? Which is indicative of the fact, peoples, that again, it is two different people. You see that, right? It's two different people. So again, there's the patch right there, peoples. As you can see, there's the patch right there. So we got a clear cut. We got a clear cut shot of the side of the girl walking in the kitchen. Now let's look at the profile. Where did we see this before, peoples? Let's look. Let's look what we've seen this particular picture before. All right. So let's go through our Kenneka pictures, because we have that profile before, peoples. And it's right here. Bingo to the bingo. Right there. Right there. And right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See that? Y'all see that profile right there, right? You see the profile right there, right? You see that, right? And then look at the profile right there. Don't that look like the same girl, peoples? Same profile, right? Sure enough. Looks just like her, right? Looks just like her, right? You see that, right? Look at the profile. Head goes down, boom, boom, boom. Head goes down, boom, boom, boom. Head goes down, boom, boom, boom. Okay. Y'all hold on for a moment. All right, peoples, I'm back. I had to go fix me something to eat. Okay, so now as you guys can clearly see for yourself, peoples, the same girl Bingo to the bingo peoples. It's the same girl. Nobody has done this before other than Edward Joseph. As you can see, peoples, it is the same girl. Bingo to the bingo. Y'all see that, right? And then you can see the same tuft of hair is covering the patch. Y'all see that, right? See how the hair is covering the patch? See the profile of the head right here? See that? And then you see the O-ring right here on the head. And see right here? See how the light lightens up in that particular area of the head? Right here, you can kind of see it right there in the kitchen. See how the light is right on the top of the head and it's lighting up? It is the same girl, as you can clearly see, peoples. You see that? You see that, peoples, right? Okay, so it is the same girl, peoples, as you can clearly see. It's the same girl. Now, you clearly see who this is right here, right? Now, some people said that this is Bree Bree, but I don't think this is Bree Bree. Some people say that girl right here is Bree Bree. But I don't think that Bree Bree was playing Kenneka in the hall. But whoever this girl is playing Kenneka, as you can see. You didn't see nobody else walk into the establishment dressed up like this, right? Walking in, you never see nobody else, right? So that means that whoever this was had been able to get into the establishment without being seen on camera. Or was on camera and they just edited her out. You see what I'm saying? One of two scenarios, but you never seen a girl like this walk into the establishment with the same type of attire as Kenneka, right? You never did. See that? See how Edward Joseph does his investigation, peoples? See how Edward Joseph does his investigation, peoples? You know? Now, let's go back to the video, peoples. I'm the young lady walking in the kitchen. There she is right there. That's a real close-up shot. See that? Got a real good shot of her. And then look, what is it that she have in her hand? What is it that she has in her hand, peoples? Right there, as you can clearly see. See that? She has something in her hand. What is that? That's either tissue or a cell phone in her hand. remember, the same girl had a cell phone in the back pocket. But now, the same girl has something in her hand right here, as you can clearly see. So it's either tissue or it's a cell phone. See that? See, that's how you do your investigation, peoples, because when you take different angles of the video, again, you know, you can see a lot of different things, peoples. You know? And so now we know that there's something in her hand because there it is right there. You see that, right? Okay, so now let's go on and further investigate to see if we can be able to really see what was in her hand, because you can clearly see there's something in her hand, right? Okay, so now let's walk this down. Now, in this frame, you can clearly see it is so pronounced now. See that? Something so pronounced right there. There it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. It's in her hand. Something is in her hand. She's walking around with her eyes closed at times, and she's walking with something in her hand. Y'all see that, right? Okay. Oh, let's go ahead and let's go frame by frame. Now we can see the patch. Now we can see the patch a little clearer. See that? Now we can see the patch a little clearer. Now, the hair is not covering this part of the patch. It's just only covering from right there. But it's not covering the whole patch. So you see that, right? Here it's only covering part of that patch, but not the whole thing. You see that, right? Okay. So now let's walk this thing down. Let's go frame by frame. Now the question is simply this. Why would she be walking into the kitchen? I mean, why? For what reason would she be walking to the kitchen? I know what the people say was somebody's guiding her and all like this. But if somebody's guiding her, then my question will simply be this. Her head movements would be towards the voice that would be speaking to her. Now, I don't have no more clip other than just that little clip of the kitchen. So I have to go and splice up another video, but let's go right here. Now, let's look at this. And this is just a small little clip. And let's see. Okay, remember, she had something in her hand, but it looks like her hand is open. See that? Looks like her hand is open. So what was it that she had in her hand when she walked in there? But now her hand is open, so it doesn't look like whatever she had in her hand, she has in her hand now, as you can see. So what was that she had in her hand when she first walked in that is not in her hand now? Now, according to this angle, to this video footage, this is her right side right there. See that? So, again, what was in her hand that is not in her hand now? See that? Yeah, it ain't in her hand now. See, it's in her hand there. So I got to find another longer piece because this is all I have right here. Now, whatever that was in her hand right here is in her left hand. Y'all see that, right? Bingo, right there. It was in her hand when she walked into the kitchen. First walked into the kitchen to the right hand. When she walked on the other side, it's not in her hand. Now, when she walks into here, it's in her hand. Remember, she had a cell phone in her hand. When she was walking down one aisle, you can clearly see the cell phone. Another aisle, you didn't see the cell phone. Another segment, you see she's walking into the kitchen with something in her hand, same white thing. We can assume it's a cell phone now. That was in her right arm. I mean, in her right hand. Now, in the other segment that I showed you, she didn't have that in her right hand. And now when we come to this segment, there it is right there in her left hand. There it is right there. There's the white thing right there. She has to, whatever she had, well, we can assume it's a cell phone in her left hand. And so we can assume that it was a cell phone all of the time that she had, because with all of the clips, where did she go to get any type of tissue? We never seen her stop at a desk or anything to get any tissue. So we can assume it's the cell phone because the cell phone was in her back pocket when she first started off. You know, it's the same color, and you've seen it. See, nobody ever pointed this out. Nobody other than me. I'm the first and only one that ever pointed this out, peoples. See that? So, why is she having a cell phone in her hand and keep switching it back from hand to hand? By doing that, peoples, you know what that says? She's consciously aware of what she's doing. Point blank, period. I said, did you hear what I said? I said she is consciously aware of what she is doing. Point blank, period. And you can't tell me otherwise. Because a person who is hooshed up on some type of pyramid and drugs would not be shifting a phone in their hand. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said that they wouldn't be shifting a phone in their hand, peoples. When you have a phone in your hand and you're holding the phone, you're consciously holding it. You have to have the frame of mind to keep your hands closed to hold the phone. You're walking with a phone, you have to have the frame of mind to be conscious enough to continue to keep holding the phone in your hand. See, peoples? You see what I'm saying, peoples, right? So that's indicative of the fact, peoples, that this person wasn't hooshed up on no drugs or alcohol. That person purposely walked in the halls, in the kitchen, and then purposely walked back there where the freezer was. Purposely done. And I have literally exposed the aha moment, peoples, that nobody else has ever brought out or ever talked about or ever even seen. You ain't never seen nobody else in this Kenneka Jenkins case after all of these years ever do that, other than Edward Joseph. And now, peoples, I am literally explaining to you all of the secrets that I have been keeping for all of this time. Because I told you many times before, there's a lot that I am going to show and express in this Kenneka Jenkins case. And now I am doing it now, peoples, because I got tired of the people sitting here talking all of this madness. And so I said, well, let me shut these people down. Let me shut them up forever. Because I got tired of it, people. I literally got tired of it. So who's going to debunk me now? Who is going to debunk Edward Joseph now, peoples? You can't. Jenna to you had said one of the fake Keneka's back is broader than the other one as well. Exactly. Which tells you the weight of the person. You know, the weight of the person. Do you understand what I'm saying? It tells you the weight of the person. So you guys got to look at everything, peoples. I keep telling you that. You guys got to look at everything. You got to take a little bit in piece and run with it. All of these people, all of these YouTubers, whoever talked about this case, they never pointed this out. Why did they point this out? They know everything else. They know everything else. They can say everything else. They can give a narrative to everything else. Why is it that all of this time, after 7+ years, even Trey Gay couldn't even point this out? But it took Edward Joseph to point this out. Y'all hold on for a moment. All right, people. Help me to make that make sense. Hello, little Bo Peep. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you. And today, little Bo Peep says, blessings, everyone. Jenna to you has says, greetings, 82. Little Bo Peep had said, I thought if you looked at yourself in the mirror, your left becomes your right. And if you're walking past a cam, as she's doing in the kitchen, this area, that's actually her right as well. No, if you're looking into the mirror, then everything is reverse because you have a reverse look of yourself. But if a camera or if someone's focusing upon you with a camera, then everything will always be face forward. It won't be reversed. But in this case, it doesn't matter whether you believe it's reversed or not. The person is the person that I'm showing you. The attire is the attire that I'm showing you. The wig is the wig that I'm showing you. The watch is the watch that I'm showing you. The jacket is the jacket that I'm showing you. The pants is the pants that I'm showing you. The silhouette is the same silhouette in all of the pictures that I've shown you. Okay, people, so I'm back. My mic went out on me. All right, so that's what it is. So that's undisputable proof right there, people. And Little Bo Peace says, blessings, beautiful Gina. See, that's the thing, people. You cannot deny that. You cannot deny that. And I've been telling you that for the longest time. But again, nobody wants to listen to Edward Joseph, but you're listening to me now. I got your attention. And the reason why I keep reiterating this, people, is because I have been speaking about this for so many years. And I've been speaking to so many YouTubers, and each YouTuber I speak to and stuff, everybody has a different saying as to what they see. And so I said, well, let me iterate what I know. So when they tell me what they see, I tell you what I know. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Well, when they tell me what they see, I tell them what I know. And when they watch this live, then I'm just reiterating because, you know, they see what they thought they have been seeing, and it's not actually been what they've been seeing. Do you understand? And so when they wanted to sit here and listen to Casey Cloy, Olvera Sanchez Medina, or even listen to themselves and thought that they had all of the right information, well, then you know what people's, you know, I just have to come up with my big guns and I have to show them, because if they ever did what I did, then they could have pointed that out, but they never did. Nobody in this community has ever spoke upon this, or ever did what I did, or ever pointed out, which I know that they never did the research that I'm doing now, or even have the eagle eyes that I have right now. To show to you peoples that what I have been saying for all of this time, I wasn't just talking out the side of my mouth. I was serious. and that I was trying to tell them something. But again, people get the big head, and they just feel that just because they did the research that they're right with everything, and I'm here to prove them that no, you was not right. You was not right, and I'm teaching you, and I'm proving to you, and I'm telling you you were wrong. Period. And that's what it is. All right. So now let's go scan the airways, peoples, because now I need to get more video footage of this area right here. I need to get more video footage. I got this from this, but I need to get a little bit more. So let's do this, people. We're gonna go to Kenneka Jenkins and see what we come up with. Hopefully somebody got some real good footage that we can go ahead and take a look at. So either my phone is slow. Okay, so yeah, there we go. All right. All right, people. So let's go down and see what we can find. See if we can get a little bit more a full video of that kitchen area. Okay, so let's see here. So everybody taking little clips and merging it in with all this other stuff and giving a narrative. And that's all good. I just want the kitchen area. I'm not focused upon all of these people. I'm focused upon the kitchen area. Okay, so Curiosity Vault. Let's see what you got. Okay. Still nothing I can use, so we're gonna search a little further, peoples. Okay, let's look at this. Now we're going to cover him as well. See, this is when they said that they had Kenneka up in a bag and transported. Well, I don't see how that can be, because if you look at it, she is. They're trying to say that when the guy hit the thing that hit her ankle. But if you look at that, people, then that bag is folded. That literally is folded. So you mean to tell me that they encased her in the bag and the way she is, she's folded. If this is Kenneka, if you guys are saying this is Kenneka, but then she is folded, and this person is literally folded. So that person could not have been alive, being transported on no cart for any length of time, and she's folded in that manner like that. If she was alive, she would be, not folded like that. There's no ligature marks on her hands or wrists or something that kept her tied up or anything. So I'm sure that if she was alive, she wouldn't be folded in a position like that. So I just need you guys to think of what you're saying. It is just unlikely that she would be alive and she would be folded in a bag. A bag is over her head and a bag is over her feet. And she's literally folded flat like a pancake. So we know that this is somebody who's being transported, but you can't tell me that it's Kenneka. You got to do better than that. You got to come better than that. Got to come better than that. Now they're dragging whoever down the stairs. So is that Kenneka being dragged down the stairs in the bag? Well, I thought that she was supposed to be in the upper level. See, when you give your narrative now, again, here it is again. You guys got bits and pieces of something, and then you want to run with it. And now everything that nefarious is happening is Kenneka. Well, then the thing is, peoples, if this was Kenneka, why would they be dragging her downstairs? If she was in the upstairs and then she's supposed to be upstairs in the upper level kitchen. Why would they drag her downstairs? That doesn't make no sense. She's upstairs in the upper level kitchen. They drag her in the bag downstairs just to only bring her back upstairs and stage her in the kitchen when she was already upstairs. Help me to make that make sense, people. That it doesn't make no sense. And see, this is what I'm saying. When you talk about it, people, you got to make sense of it. You have to make sense. It has to make sense. If this girl was in a bag, she will be deceased. And if she's deceased, well, then again, now we got to go back to the pictures of her in the freezer. How she was looking in the freezer when they first took those pictures. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? How she was looking in the freezer when they first took those pictures. Doesn't make no sense. So this could not be Kenneka. It was someone else, which is, again, goes to the premise of what I've been saying, that other people died in that establishment. Now you got a little bit more proof. Somebody being transported in on a cart, and then somebody is being dragged down the stairs in the bag. Clear as daylight. So when you don't think that nobody else got assaulted, well, there's the evidence right there, people. And everything is not Kenneka. And if you want to try to make it Kenneka, well, then you need to explain to me greatly in great detail why you believe it was Kenneka. Because I'm not going to take it for face value just for what you say. Oh, yeah, that was Kenneka. That was Kenneka in the back. That was Kenneka over here. And that was Kenneka over everywhere. Y'all just put Kenneka all over this place. And you can't even rationalize that of what you're saying. That shit doesn't make no sense. I said it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. Now look at this. He blurts out the face. See that? He blurts out the face. So now here they go, and oh yeah, well this is something mysterious. Now we got a cart. We got a cart on the elevator and stuff. Now Kenneka was supposed to be in it, and now these are just people just going ahead and doing their own daily routine at work and stuff. But now, oh, it's suspicious because that's Kenneka. Oh my God, people's boy, give me a break. See, that's why I'm here, to debunk all of these stupid people for the madness that they've been speaking, because they can give a narrative, but they can't fully explain it in great detail, peoples. And that's why I say, peoples, if you can't explain it, well, then don't say it. Doesn't make no sense. You can't just take bits and pieces of this and run with it and thinking that people like me is going to listen to what you're saying and going to believe that madness. Because see, the thing is, I've done my research. And this is what my research has exposed peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? I done my research. And my research is coming up with something totally different than what you're ever saying or ever showing. And you can't debunk me. That's the crazy part about it. You can talk your shit, but you can't debunk me. Now look at Trey Gang. Trey Gang is going every hour on every hour on every hour because he wants to put his videos out there in the airways and stay in the algorithm. But it's okay because all I need is just a couple of videos to get out there that's going to shed some light. And what I'm going to start doing is, instead of just pumping all of my videos out there to try to get an algorithm, I'm going to put my shorts and I'm going to make my poignant videos and show the people unequivocally, undeniably, that this bullshit that they've been putting out is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. And it doesn't hold no weight. That's how you do that, peoples. See, every time you look at these videos, it's going to be the same old videos that they're going to show. It's just clips. And then they're just going to give a narrative to it. But come on and break this shit down and be thorough, just like me. I mean, if you really want to a good, wholesome understanding of this case, break it down just like I'm doing, peoples, and then put it out there. I get tired of people continuing to keep talking to me and telling me they got the proof to the truth and you ain't got shit. Okay, let me prove to you what I got, and then let's see what you got. And then if what you got is better than what I got, then come and talk to the people. Come and talk to the people. Why is it that these YouTubers can never come and talk to the people? The reason why they can't come talk to the people because they don't know shit. That's all, people. So, I mean, come talk to the people. And here it is, that fake letter that was supposed to be sent to Trey Gay. The confession letter. and what Macho and all of them was supposed to have done to Kenneka and things. But then again, people, it's like I say, the video footage doesn't line up to that of what they proclaim had done to Kenneka. So come explain that. What I'm showing doesn't line up to what they had said in the case files. So what I'm going to believe a case files over what I am showing you, peoples, when I can see with my own eyes, peoples, really? And see, somebody's taking the case files and putting the video together and stuff, but all of this, but I still don't see that kitchen scene. See, they got pictures of all the kids and stuff, which is this. A real police department wouldn't put no madness out like this. This is crazy. Okay, so right here, where's that cell phone? Where's that cell phone? She didn't have the cell phone in her hand. So my thing is, when did she obtain that cell phone? You guys clearly seen something in her hand. And then that couldn't be Bree because Bree is way too smaller than Kenneka. And then look at Bree ponytail. See, I get that the times is jumping in things, people. I get that. I get that the video has been edited. I get it. I mean, you know, I get it. I get it. I get it. But what I don't get is that you can't explain from one point to the other. You know? And then what you need to get is that the girl who's playing Kenneka is not Kenneka. So whatever is happening to whoever or whatever this time frame is jumping and stuff, the girl in the hallway is not Kenneka. It's not Kenneka. It's not Kenneka. So all of the time jumps and all of the miscombobulated frames and stuff and things like that don't really mean nothing to me because again, it's not Kenneka. Now see right here, this is about as real crystal clear cut video we got of this girl walking in this hallway right here. Now you see she has open hands. Where is that phone? I'm going to download this, peoples. This is about as crystal clear cut as we're going to get. So let me copy this video. So stop telling me everybody is Kenneka when it is not Kenneka. All right. So let me go ahead and download this, people. So let me put in my downloader. We're gonna put that in my editing software, and we're gonna spice that baby up, and we're gonna see what it is here. See, once you come to the understanding that Kenneka was already there days before the night, then you will be able to have a little bit more clarity. Okay, so what is this? Everything that happened to Kenneka in the freezer? What is that? I think I've already got this. I think this is the one that this is the one that I have broke down. Okay, so now let's look at this one. And let's find out where this is. And let's put this in our editing software. There it is right there. Let's open up our editing software. And let's put it in. That's everything that happened to Kenneka. And this is Kenneka, her real-time elevator thing right here. Okay, is that the elevator? It's the only elevator scene right here. So here, let me do that, and let me look at this. All right, cool. I don't have that. All right, so now let's go ahead and let's splice this up, peoples. Let's splice this up right here. So I already got that. I don't need that. So let me make this regular time right here. I don't know why it has it sideways, but this is the point that I want right here. So let me splice it right here. That and that. So let me splice it right there. Okay, delete that. And then close the gap on that. And then oh, wait. Okay, close that. So now all we're seeing is just this right here. Okay. So here, let me undo that because I may end up splicing some video that I wasn't really wanted to do. Okay, so let me cover that. And so this is what we have right here. It's the actual video. Okay. So I don't need that. I don't know why they do it that way. Okay. I almost. So I'm not worried about the timeline. All I'm worried about is what I can visually see and notice the difference in between the two people. Okay, so he has it sideways, so I'm gonna have to revert it back around. See, I'm over the timeline for right now. I don't care about the timeline. I mean, it's been stated. The timeline, you know, is this. The videos has been edited. We get it. Now my focus is the person, the actual person that's walking. Let's look at the attire of the person. That's all I'm concerned about right now. Okay. Because the timeline is not telling me exactly who this person is, or, you know, but we know it's not Kenneka. So now let me rotate this thing around. No, let's bring that back to 100. Okay, so let me rotate it around. I thought that was the rotation, but it's not. Swivel? Is it the swivel? Nope, that's not the swivel. So put that 0. It's one of these. No, this is the swivel, right? Nope, that's not the swivel. Okay, so how do I rotate it? Rotate it. So it's got to be up here. So let me see. Nope, that's not it. Let me see that one. Nope, that's not it. That one. Nope, that's not it. Okay, what about this one? Nope, that's not it. Although I could use that. All right. Swivel. It has to be this one. Nope. Oh, okay. That's swivel. No, it's not swivel. It's rotation. So rotation is this right here. Yeah, there we go. Rotation. There we go. So we're going to rotate it around. So I think it's 90 degrees. Yep, 90 degrees. Okay, now let's enlarge it. So we can do it both together. Good, so we can clearly see it. Okay. All right, cool. So we got that. So let's look at that. So I don't need that. So I'm good up on that. I'm good up on that. So let's see what the next part that they're going to show right here. Okay, so she pops in. She just pops in from out of nowhere. So I don't know. I don't think I have this. But this is some clear-cut video. So this is the original video footage. Okay, right there. So let me cut this and let me get this. Delete that. Clear the gap on that. And then let me let this play. So it's going regular speed. So again, like I say, I'm not worried about the time frame and I'm not worried about the jumping time and all like that. I don't care about all of that. All I care about is the video footage and what we see. And so what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to start from scratch and I'm going to enlarge this. Let me enlarge even more so I can fill this screen. Okay, let me move it over. Okay, let me enlarge it. Full screen. Okay, let me move it over. All right, cool. Now let's look at it. Okay. All right, this is original video footage. This is good. So as you can see, nothing is in her hand. And then you can clearly see the black watch and the scrunchie. So let me back that up. So I'm going to slice this. Okay, slice that. That's good, clear video footage. Now let me play this to see what the next clip is going to be. Okay, it's right there. So this person got some real good video footage. This is the original stuff right here. This ain't all of that edited madness and things. All right, so we cut that right there. Delete that. Okay, now let's go ahead and play it and get this whole clip. See, still nothing in her hand. So then my question would be, when did she get that cell phone? Because I do believe, and I do remember a cell phone that was in the back of her pocket. So still nothing in her hand, you know, nothing in her hand. And I still don't believe that these clips that we're seeing are in order. I know people are going by the time and stuff, and that's how they arrange the clips in the order based on upon the time. But I don't think that these clips are in order, regardless of the time. Okay, let me splice this, peoples. Then we're going to check these videos. Okay, go back a frame or two. Right there. Cut. Okay, now let's see what the next frame is going to be. Yeah, and see, they lied when they said that. Okay, so now let's go back. So now, was all of this on a first level or lower level? Okay, if all this is on the lower level, well then why don't we have access to these cameras or to the lower level? Why won't they allow us Google Maps to go down to the lower level? Because they're only going to let you, they're only going to show what they want you to see. Point blank, period, peoples. And it's just amazing to me how nobody would be in these hallways. So this is that this is an act right here that is being played out. You know, because this girl is all in the halls and stuff and nobody around, really? Just only her? Where's the hell? What's the effing security? Now, if we look at it like this, people, since security has been following her, monitoring her on camera and stuff, you already know this fucking establishment is bullshit. Because they're just waiting for, if this girl really was drunk, they're just waiting for somebody to go up, walk around in that establishment and stuff. Nobody's safe. I wouldn't dare come to this establishment shit. You know, And they don't fucking care about the patrons. They want to go and get their dick wet. That's all they goddamn care about. Get their dick wet. Oh yeah, somebody is roaming the halls by themselves. They can't be accounted for, and we're gonna get our dick wet. I mean, just think about that for one moment, people. Shit. A girl is in distress and you monitor her on camera and you don't even yield no type of goddamn assistance whatsoever. Fuck you and your mama. Shit. That tells you this bullshit of a goddamn establishment is nefarious. And this is why I'm going to continue to keep doing what I do, and I'm going to put pressure, and I'm going to utilize all of the goddamn connections I can to get this shit open. How somebody with some authority take a second look at this shit. I try to get it out on the news and show the people, hey, look, Crown Plaza is a fucking chop shop house. You had to hit the people with the actual receipts, actual of what your findings is, so the people can see for themselves. Not all of this conspiracy theory type of bullshit. Just talking ain't gonna yield no results. Now, from the time, now we got some real good, clear footage. Finally. Now we're going to see at what point will she have that phone in her hand. As you clearly see, now I got to try to find the footage of when they first walked. Oh yeah, she had that phone in her pocket when she first walked in. I remember that. When they came down the stairs, she had that phone in her pocket. But how did she get the phone again? By walking in the hallway. Walking in the kitchen and shit. She had something in her hand. You didn't see her stop at nowhere. So I want to compare that same color when they walked in to the same color that we see right here. And that's how you know definitively it's a phone. See my thinking, people? See my logic? Shit. Fucking play with me. I'm gonna find that video footage. I have it. See, and when I show you these clips, I'm going to show you how at different intervals she has nothing in her hand. Then when she goes into the kitchen and certain places like this, she has something in her hand. How you go from nothing to something in your hand? Where did you get the something from? Do you understand what? Do you understand my logic, people? If in the clips it doesn't show you going nowhere, going to the restroom or anything like that, and remember it's clips, so you don't know what's happening in between the next clip. It just things just didn't like. See now this is the part is killing me, and this is why I say these videos is not in the order to which they say, because what she was on an upper level, now she's back down to the lower level. This is the lower level, people's right here. I want you to look at the clips. Look at the clips, peoples. Look at the clips and look at the areas of the clips, because how she go from the upper level kitchen down to the lower level kitchen, back to the upper level kitchen again. Come on, shit, peoples. God damn it. Make that make some sense. You're also worried about this, and that, and the other. Open up your goddamn eyes and look what's going on here, people. All right, here, let me just close the gaps on these shit. All right, so now look at the trajectory right here, peoples, and then tell me. Let me close the gap up on this. Okay, now she is coming up from the lower level. Now she's going to the upper level right here. I just want you just to look at the trajectory. Look what is happening right here. Never mind the timeline and stuff. Just look at the video. Now she has nothing in her hand because she's pushing up against the wall, and then her hand is falling down. And then right here, you can clearly see that she has on the black watch. Let me slow it down. Let me go frame by frame back here so you can clearly see. She has nothing in her hand, and then you can see she has on a black watch. See that? She has on the black watch because you can see the black band right here. All of that is black. It's not gray. Now let's try to stop it right when she gets to the camera so we can see the silhouette of her face. And she's leaning all on the wall. Okay, we had her face right there. Clear as daylight right there. Bingo. Now look at her face, peoples. Look at her face. Now look at the part. Right there. See that? Look at the part. Now, look at the rounded face. Look at the part in her hair. And then look at her breasts. Her breast is open. Now, remember, I told you, Kenneka Jenkins and Kenneka Martin looks like almost identical twins. See that? Now, when we're looking at this really resembles Kenneka. The face does. Do you understand? The face really resembles Kenneka, because if you look at Kenneka and you look at her sitting in the car and as a silhouette, this looks like Kenneka. And I'll show you the picture of what I'm talking about, because again, I'm telling you, we look at the silhouette. Look at the silhouette. I'm not looking at the time. I'm not looking at the timestamps. I'm looking at the face. Looking at the face. Now look at that. I'm not looking at the attire and everything else. I'm looking at the face. And I seen the face right here. So now when we go and match up this face, let me get a picture of this, peoples. Let me get a picture of this right here. Because now I know what you guys saying. Well, Edward Joseph, I thought you said that's not Kenneka. I never did say that this was Kenneka. I said the face favors Kenneka. Okay, so now let me go back to the pictures that I have seen of Kenneka, the real Kenneka. And she was sitting in the car. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, we're going to call up this one right here. And then we're going to call up this one right here. Now this is the real Kenneka because I got this from the car. Now when we compare this picture right here to the picture that I just taken right here, let me go ahead and take a look at where that picture is. So let me go back to the library. There it is right there. Let me find the location of this. There it is right there. Let me put it on my desktop. Put it on my desktop. Now, a real investigator will look at every possible angle, peoples. All right. So now let's call it this picture right here. And let's call it there. That's the real Kenneka right there. And I told you, I said, we have to look at the silhouette. Have to look at the silhouette. Okay. Now, when we look at that and we look at the real Kenneka, oh, let's go back. I just called it that picture. I need that picture back. There it is, right there. Okay. Now, when we look at these two pictures side by side together, look at that. See that? Just a silhouette. They damn near match. Just the silhouette. They damn near match. The oval of the face, and then the eyes, and then the structure of the nose, how it comes down. They damn near match. They look so, it looks so close, peoples. And see, even right here, see, Kenneka, she has her hair parted. She all the time always have her hair parted right in the center. There's the oval face. So if we compare it to that, compare the hairstyle right here with the part right here and the part right here and the oval face. Look at the oval face. Look at the oval face. See that? Just looking at the silhouette. And now the nose look a little fatter because it's a more close-up picture. The bridge of the nose. See that? But the silhouette is what I'm concerned about, peoples. All I'm looking at is silhouette. The oval round face, the part in the head, and how the hair contours around her face like that, how the hair contours around her face like that. Almost look like a perfect match. Almost look like a perfect match. See that? That's how you look at things. And then even this right here. So when you match this up to that right there, oval of the shape, see the part in her hair, and then you can see the long nose right here. But it's just the oval of the face right here and the way that her hair is contoured. See that? All you're looking at is the silhouette. All you're looking at is the silhouette. Okay. All right. So now let's go a little further. Now let's match this up to this right here. Does this look like Kenneka right here? Okay. Let's look at it, people. So let's go ahead and let's look at the other picture of Kenneka, the one that I had before, the other picture right here. Now, there's no oval really of the face right here when you really look at this picture. You see now? The nose is more slimmer, but then she has a little bit more of an indentation in her face. It's like her face is sunken in right here, as you can see. And on Kenneka's, her face is not really sunken in. See that? See that? But then when you look at this picture and you compare it to that, again, if you're looking at the silhouette, she doesn't have a in-depth indentation in her face. It's not pronounced right here, even though it's not pronounced right here. But just the way that you see how the hair is curved right here, and look at the hair is curved right here, that doesn't even match. Although she has somewhat of an oval face, but it doesn't match this right here. See that? And then look at that one, the real Kenneka right here. And then this is supposed to be the same girl, You know, this picture and this picture is supposed to be the same girl because this is supposed to be the girl that was in the hallway. And then this is her that's supposed to be right here. See that? Supposed to be the same girl. Which it is the same girl. This girl and this girl is the same girl. It's just that they put the coloring on her face. Because now, if you look at it, you see how the hair starts right here and it goes down in the same width from where the cheekbone is, the same width of the cheekbone, and then the same sleek of hair is tapering down. Same sleek of hair is tapering down. You see that, right? But then this is not the exact position of her, but you can see the patch is illuminating. As you can see, the patch is illuminating right here. See that? And then if you look down here, you can see the breast is exposed. As right here, you can see the breast is exposed. So now let's see if we can match up this clip right here, this exact clip. We'll come back to this one. So we'll put this one down for a moment. We'll come back to this one. So let's go back to our thing right here and let's move it up forward a couple of notches and see where we are. Now let's shrink this down some. Let's see if we can kind of match that part right there. So a little bit of the back right here, because they zoomed in. So our head is more on the wall. And we have all of this open space right here and the lining right there. That line is this line right here. Let's go back. Okay, oh, I think I found the shot right there. Right there. Bingo, there it is right there. Because you can see the eyes and the eyes right here. So let me go ahead and get a picture of this right here.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not
Okay. Now, let's go ahead and find where this is. And let's put that on the right there. And now let's increase that. And let's compare these two pictures. Bingo. Exact same position right here. See? There's the line right there. I mean, this is the line right here. This is the open area right there. See how her head is tilted a little bit more. This is really cropped in. And then there you can see the breast. The only thing with this is they don't have the red line right here. There's the breast right there. They don't have the red line right here. But as you can look and see, because they cropped it, they cropped up the top right here. But the angle of the head, the eye right here, and then the way that the hair is down the cheekbone right here and then goes down right here, as you can see right there. There it is right there. There it is right there. Now, this is a little bit more luminous than this right here, as you can see. So, which tells you peoples that this part, this video or this picture has been edited. And the reason why you can tell that it's been edited is because of the luminous of the colors of the picture. And then the blotchiness of the photos right here. You see that? See, it's a little blotchy right here, but this is very pronounced. See that? And see how the eye is right here. It's kind of like a little long, but this one is round right here. See that? And then you can tell this little blotchiness is all in the hair where you don't really see the blotchiness of the hair. You see the trim line of the hair right here alongside the perimeter of her face. Toward this, you see all of this blotchiness and you don't see the trim line of the facial structure right here. So that's how you know this has been edited. And this hasn't. See that? Bingo to the bingo peoples. Now, this person favors Kenneka. That's in the hallway. Favors Kenneka. I'm not saying that it is Kenneka. I'm saying that she favors her based upon this profile right here and this profile right here of the real Kenneka right here. See that? So now, the thing is simply this. Now, this is where it gets dicey because the profile looks good of Kenneka, but we know that the other girl looks like Kenneka too. Now, the question that we have to ask ourselves, why would Kenneka bring two watches? Why would Kenneka bring two watches? She won't. She won't. So then the next question would be simply this. Could they have masked Kenneka's face up on this girl's body? Well, yeah, that's a strong possibility. Very strong possibility. All right, so now let's hold on to this. Let's hold on to this. Let's not jump to conclusions and things like that, because I'm still saying this is not the real Kenneka. But she favors her really good. Profile and everything, the silhouette, everything favors her really good. But this is the same girl right here, which is right here. And this person has a little bit more defined features, but she has more of a sunken eye, around her eyes, and Kenneka doesn't. Do you see what I'm saying? But it's the same girl, same breasts, more of a close-up shot. So let's see if we can get a more close-up shot from the video that we got, and then let's compare the video to this and this. All right, that's how you do it. But from the profile, is a good profile. So now we see in this video, still, she has nothing in her hand. So let's speed it up to 1. Speed it up to 1. Still has nothing in her hand. So you go from the lower level, just the lower level, because if it was the upper level, don't have all of these open spaces along thing. That's how you can tell this is the lower level, because the upper level is different. And I'll show you that. Now she's in the you guys say this is the lower level kitchen. Okay. Profile still looks different. She doesn't have anything in her hand. See that? Okay, so now let's go back here. Let's go back to this part right here. Go back to where we have a clear-cut shot of her face right here. Right there. Clear-cut shot right there. This hasn't been edited or anything. Clear-cut shot right there. Okay, same girl. Now, when we compare that picture right there to the known picture of Kenneka right here, you can already see that the profile do not match. So let's go ahead and let's get a picture of this right here. So that's why I say don't jump to conclusions. So there it is right there. So we're going to look at the location of this right here, and we're going to bring this out, and we're going to bring this right here. Okay. Now I'm going to have to put all of those pictures in a folder so we can have. So there it is right there. So now we're going to look at this picture and this picture right here, which is the same picture right here. But I wanted you guys to clearly see. I brought it out of the video, clear as daylight. See that? Same picture right here. Same girl, same picture, same profile. See that? I want you guys to see it wasn't edited. And then look at the hair and stuff like that. Same girl. Now when we go ahead and we do it like this, and we do it like that, the profile don't even look the same. See that? Profile doesn't even look the same. Doesn't even look like Kenneka. And then it doesn't even look like her right here. See that? Even the side profile. Even the hair. And then, as you can see, the hair is not parted in the center, because if the hair was parted in the center, you will see a little indentation right here. Remember, Kenneka always wear her hair parted in the center. See that? As you can see right there, part directly in the center. And her face sticks out a lot more. It ain't been edited, people, as you see. You see, I just took the screenshot of the video. Her face is not oval, and she doesn't have a part in the center of her head. Clear to see that, right? And then she has nothing in her hand. So now, where this looks like Kenneka, the profile does, from Kenneka, where's the other picture? Right here, profile matches that, but this picture does not match that. So now you got to help me to make that make sense. Because if this is Kenneka, and there's the part in the head right there, but we only took it out from the video. The video wasn't edited or anything. We just took it straight out the video right there. Yeah, see that? It matches the silhouette of Kenneka's face right here. See that? And we know that this part has been edited, so not going to worry about that part right there. But this is the same picture. Profile matches. But this doesn't match. This picture. And I got this picture right off the video. It doesn't match. The profile doesn't match. She doesn't have a part in her head. The face is not oval. You see that? All right, so now let's get to this part right here. Let's go and get to that part right there. Okay. So now let's walk this down. So remember, she is on the upper level right here. Then transition down to the lower level right here. You see that? See? They say that all of this is the lower level. Lower level lobby stairs. That's what they say. Now all of this is supposed to be lower level. See, it says lower level lobby stairs. Well, how could this be lower level lobby stairs when you're coming up a ramp? Do you understand what I'm saying? She's coming up a ramp. If she's coming up a ramp, how could she be on the lower level and she's coming up a ramp? That's the ramp back there, peoples. So that ramp is going to take you down where? Lower to the lower level or to a lower level? So I want you guys to see something here. I want you guys to see something. Notice something here, peoples. All right. Nobody caught this other than Edward Joseph because I have a meticulous mind. Now, what does that say? It says 1, 2 lobby level stairs. So LL is supposed to be lower level lobby level stairs. Okay, y'all see that, right? It says lower level lobby level stairs. Lower level lobby level stairs. Okay. Now, Look at the next picture right here. I want you guys to see something. Lower level, lobby level stairs. Look at the next clip. What does it say right here? It says LL, lower level, West Hall, right? LL, lower level, West Hall. Okay, so look at the LL close to the West Hall. Y'all see that, right? Now, let's go back to here, peoples. So the LL is close to the West Hall, but this right here is spaced out. LL space lobby level stairs. A big difference, peoples. A big difference. And then look at the spacing here. LL double space lobby level stairs. You see what they did to you, peoples? You see how they changed the timestamp here? LL one space lobby level stairs. LL double space lobby level stairs. Y'all see that, right? The top one is one space. The bottom one is two space. Y'all see that, right? You see that, right? And then look at the type. Look at the type. The type doesn't even match because one is bigger and bolder. And then look at this one. It is smaller. And look at the typeface. Look at the A. Look at the T. Look at the S. The S doesn't even match that. The T doesn't even match that. And then the A is closer to the T. You see that? And then the A is running to the I and to the R. And then the A is a little spaced out than that right there. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Do you see that, right? So peoples, you can already tell this is a overlay. This is an overlay. This is a overlay, peoples. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. See, it's an overlay. So they overlay this on to try to make it seem like this is actually where she is, peoples. Now, let's look at that. Now let's look at the other one right here, peoples. Let's look at the other one right here, peoples. Okay, now let's look at the other right here. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Look at that. Same typeface as the other one, but look, the lower level is closer. And then the lower level West Hall right here matches the top right here. It's no space in between. The LL is not connected to the rest of the type. But you can still see that this is a lot thicker. And even the typeface is different because the T runs into the H, where the T comes right to the edge of the H right there. You see that right there, right? Okay. All right. So let's go a little further, people. So let's go a little further. Let's look at a different one right here. Okay. So now what I want you to look at this right here. The numbers over here. See the numbers over here? Look how small they are. See that? See how small it is? It's very small, peoples. And a real timestamp will always be small. It will never be so big and bold like this. Do you see that, right? The timestamp, this timestamp will be always small, but you got two timestamps right here. You got one that is small, and you got one that is small. See, look at the characteristics right here. 2 space 0 space 1 space 7. And then there's a big space, and then the hyphenated is on the 0. To whereas this, it is all uniform. You see that? It's uniform. It's spaced out. But that has a greater space than that right there. See that? And let me show you, people. So let me reduce this down some. Okay. Okay, look at it. See how big, bright, and bold this is? And look at the typeface. This is bold. This is bold and very white. This is not really bold, and it's not bright white. And then the typeface is different, because look at the 2. See how the 2 is right there? And then look at the 2 right there. Look how the 2 curves around and then swoops down, and then boom. To look at the 2 right here. You can clearly see that, right? Let me show you. Let me show you, people. So let me go ahead and take a screenshot of this, and then I'm going to splice it up so you guys can clearly see for yourself what I'm talking about. See, that's how you know that they overlaid a time and date on the video footage, and where she is may not necessarily be where she is on the video footage. You see? Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Timestamp. Okay, let me just name this, save this, and name this a timestamp. Timestamp. Okay, timestamp. All right, we're going to put it in our downloads right there. We're going to do it like that. Okay. So we're going to call up our timestamp in the downloads, and then we're just going to duplicate that picture. So let's call up our timestamp in the downloads right here. There it is right there. And then let's duplicate the picture. So we're going to copy it, and then we're going to paste it. And it should give me another one. There it is right there. Timestamp copy. All right, let's open up the timestamp, and let's open the timestamp copy. Okay, let's enlarge this side right here. Let's stretch this out. Enlarge that side, and then let's enlarge this side right here. Like that. Come on, bring it back to the timestamp. There we go. Let's bring that over. Let's enlarge that. And let's match that right here, the width of it. Then let's match the height. And I want you guys to see something here. So the height is matched and the width. So let's bring this over right here. Now look at the difference in between the two peoples. Look at the difference in between the two typeface. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Y'all see that? Clear as daylight. Now let me increase the You can clearly see it better right there. Y'all see that? Look at the difference in between the two timestamps right there. See that? One is bigger and bolder, and one is smaller. Y'all see that, right? One is bolder face type, and one is a smaller face type. One is brighter, as you see right here, and one is very thin right here. And the two typefaces are different. Y'all see that, right? Clear as daylight, peoples. So now, how you can tell what is the real typeface, peoples? How you can tell what is the real typeface? All right, I'll give you one little clue right here. Because although they changed the typeface in the hall, they didn't change the typeface in the lobby. Bingo to the bingo, people. See, as you can clearly see right here, different typeface. They changed the typeface in the hall, but they didn't change the typeface in the lobby. Now, all we have to do, peoples, is go to the lobby. So we'll come back to this. I've already downloaded this, so I don't need this no more. So now let's go to some footage that is in the main lobby. That's how you know which one of these is the real typeface. Because the main lobby typeface will not change. You understand what I'm saying, people? That's how you know which is the right one, which typeface is the right one. And as I showed you from the different areas of where she was, you can be able to tell if she's on a lower level or if she's on the upper level. But there's two ways that you can tell. So I'm fit to show you something, people. How you can tell whether she's on the lower level or she's on the upper level. Okay? I'm going to show you. First, I'm going to show you this. So let's get something to where they are in the front lobby, people. See, people's boom, as I say there. See, people, is that where Joseph is so goddamn good, boy? Man, look at here. Sometimes I just even scare myself. That's how you can always tell. You always cross-reference yourself with something that they wouldn't even think to bother to even try to manipulate. So here's the video. Oh, I'm going to use his video. Okay, do you have something that will show the front? Let's look at this. Show the front lobby. See, now even the typeface is even bigger, but that's just the thing that he got it in. Now, here they go. So let's look at this. So he has LL, lower level lobby stairs, right here. Okay. but he doesn't have it to where you can see the timestamp. Now she's going down the ramp. So if she's on the lower level lobby, where's the lower level? Because LL is lower level. So if they're going to the lower level, or if they're on the lower level lobby, then where are they going? To a level lower than the lower level? Let's take a look at this, peoples. Now remember, they're going down the stairs, but it's a ramp right there. So now where is that going to take us? See, now it comes back up. So where does that take you? So then they come up the ramp. So where does this take you, peoples? Because if this is the lower level lobby stairs, where does that area take you? Do you see what I'm saying? Where are they coming from? Because if this is the lower level, I mean, is there a level lower than the lower level? Huh? Have anybody seen a level lower than the lower level? Because if this is the lower level and they're going down the stairs, where are they going to? What's lower than the lower level? Okay, so now they're turning that way. So what's on the other side of this area right here, peoples? So let's see where he's going to go to next. Okay, guy walks down from that side. So what's adjacent to that, and where is that going to take you? Okay, and then here comes a different guy, comes down. So where is he going? Boy, see, and then look, he skips and he goes, and where's everybody going, people? Now he's going down the ramp, and then he disappears right out of thin air. Bloop. Then he comes down, but he stays in camera. So wait, the other guy disappears, and then he's right here. So wait a minute, what's going on? Y'all see this, right? And now here comes another guy coming around. But the other guy just disappeared out of thin air. Okay, so all of these people are coming and going, and you see all these people coming and going, but if the fake Kenneka is supposed to come up this ramp and come here, look all of these people disappearing. They walk for a second, and in the next second they disappeared. But it's a constant flow of people. It's a constant flow of people. See that? So how could this young lady be in this lobby by herself, and you see all of these people consistently coming in? How does that happen, peoples? And then all of these people is appearing, and then all of these people is disappearing. You know, how does that happen? Okay, so this is some good stuff right here. All right, I'm gonna share this. Thank you. Come on, I'm gonna send this to myself. See, people, it's now you see the effery in this case. Yeah, I see what's happening, right? You see the effery in this case, right? So help me to make this make sense. How is this girl gonna be down here all by her lonesome, nobody around, but yet you see all of these people running up and down and stuff, and then what's down lower than those stairs in that ramp? What's down lower than that? If they're on the lower, okay, and then there's that guy that the housekeeper. Y'all see that, right? All right, so let me no, here, let me fast forward this a little bit and see what's happening here. So all he's doing is just showing all of these people who consistently is walking down this particular area on the lower level. See that? See all of these people? And then they all of a sudden just disappear. See that? This is a busy thoroughfare right here. Y'all see that, right? All right. So y'all hold on for a moment. I've been sent something. I'm going to share it with you guys in a moment. See, this is where it gets so damn interesting, people's boy. You know? And then you got to tell me how a girl is going to be able to go and walk down some halls and nobody see her. That's amazing to me, peoples. All right, so this has been sent to me, so I want you guys to take a look at this. Let me see where it is. So that was some good stuff, Lead on Witness. Shout out to you, my friend. All right, so peoples. Oh my God, my God, my God. Let's see here. Okay, so let me start right here. Gina to you has said, and if she was deceased, she would be locked in place, folded like that. Yep, you're exactly right. She wouldn't be stretched out with her legs up in the air and all like that and stuff, people. So that is indicative of the fact that that couldn't be Kenneka in that garbage bag. Contrary to belief, peoples, you know, because again, you got to apply science. You got to apply science, and you got to incorporate everything, peoples. You got to incorporate everything in the various things that you are saying, peoples, and various things that you're showing. You see, you just can't take a bit in piece and it just looks good, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm going to run with this. No, it doesn't work that way, peoples. It doesn't work that way. You got to look at every single inconceivable angle, which is what I'm showing you right now. And when I'm showing you how some things, yes, it looks like her, but when you look at the same pictures and things, it's not her. It's not her. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. So remember, I have to look at every angle. I can't not be partial to one side or the other. I have to look at everything and I have to dissect everything for what it is. And peoples, that's what it is. All right. So I want to share my screen, peoples, and I want you guys to look at this particular live. Let me share my screen. And then shout out to Little Bo Peep that sent me this clip right here. Shout out to Little Bo Peep. Now, see, peoples, this is the main level right here. Comes up. Oh, actually, this is the lower level. Lower level, and there's the stairs. So that takes you to the elevator. Okay. So this is where we were when they were walking up those low stairs. So the lower level takes you to that little place down the ramp, takes you to the elevator. Okay, so that's where it takes us. And then there we are. There's the stairwell right there at the end to where we couldn't see. Okay, thank you, Little Bo Peep. This was wonderful. This answered the question. So they're on the lower level, and then when they go down the ramp, they're like right there by the elevator. That little stairwell takes you to the elevator. So it's nothing below the lower level. It just only takes you to the ramp. Now this is the same area to where the girl was walking on the lower level. You see this, right? And there's the camera. There's the camera right there, peoples. There's the camera right there. Bingo to the bingo. All right. Let me go ahead and let me copy this in my editing software because this is some good juicies right here. Because I want to slow it down so I can give a narrative to it. So let me put this in my downloader. And we're going to download this video. And we're going to dissect it. Because this right here, where she came up, is where the supposed Kenneka had walked down. So that explains where that ramp and those stairs leads to. It leads directly to the elevator on the lower level. Okay, so that explains that. All right, so let me go ahead and figure out where this video is. And then I'm going to put that video into here. Okay. Let me move this. Let me put that video into here. Okay. Cool. There it is right there. So we're going to lock this up and we're going to turn that off. Then we're going to put our video down here. All right, so we only got 2 tracks. So we're going to put it on this middle track right here. Close the gap. All right, cool. So now let's go ahead and let's play this. Oh, it's sideways again. So I wonder why these videos are sideways. So let's open this up and let's revert this around. The rotation, we're going to bring the rotation around. So that should be minus 90. And then we're going to whiten it up. So we can see every aspect of this. All right. So now let's go on and play it. Turn on the sound. Okay, so here, let me do this. Let me bring the sides in. So we'll do it like that. So left cropping. Nope, 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 nope. Not that. So let's see. So, right? Nope, that's right. Okay. So top. Okay, top. And then bottom. All right, cool. So we got that. Okay, now let's play it. So those little stairs will only take us to the elevator and then outside. Okay, so now we're right there where she was coming down, where everybody was coming down. So the people was coming down those stairs on that ramp was the elevator. So it only just takes you to the elevator. Thank you, local people. This is beautiful. Now we got a good, wholesome perspective as to what is at the other end of this here. So then there's the stairs that takes you to the main level, which is right at the end of this corridor right there. Okay, so now this is at the end of that corridor, and see right to the left of that would take you to another section of this lobby. And then right here, let me show you. Bingo right there. You see the camera right there? That is the camera that caught her. This camera right here was the camera. And let me mark this right here. Let me mark this on this video. Okay. That is the camera right there. And then let me blank this out. And let me open up this one right here. Nope. Is this the one? Which caught her right here. This is that camera. Let me mark this right here. That camera caught her on camera right there. Bingo. Let me blink this out. And I'm going to splice this up and put it together. So that camera right here, as you can see, which is on the lower level, had caught her walking down the hall. Right there. Bingo. I'm gonna splice all of this up and put it in chronological order. So y'all see. So now when that hallway right there or that ramp, she would have had to come off that elevator right there in that particular area in order to get to the lower level right here. And that camera, what I just showed you, show this angle right here where she is walking down. You see that, right? Man, thank you, little Bo Peep. This has literally put everything in perspective now. And I'm gonna splice all of this stuff up and put it in perspective. So here, let me go ahead and save this file. Let me go back to this. So I imported everything. Let me save this, save the movie. So then everything will be saved in here. Okay, so now let's look at this video. So we're going to blink this out, turn this on, turn this on. And then let's go back right down here where the camera is. So there's the camera right there. Let's go. There's that camera. Now, right here is the double doors that goes into the kitchen on the lower level. Then there's the banquet hall that the people walk into. And then remember, when she walked down this hall and turned, this is where she is, right here. And this is a very, very clear-cut picture right here of her walking down that hall. There's another banquet hall right there. And this is all of the banquet halls on the lower level. See that? And this is where she walked down. See all of these people and stuff? Everybody's down on the lower level. And so right here, as you can see right there, there's the escalator that takes you up to the main level, which she could have walked up. And then right adjacent to that, here is the stairs right here where she goes down and straight down to the double doors where she walked into in the employees lounge right here. This is that long hall. Oh, this is juicy right here. If I can steady her camera. Y'all see that? Now we got the trajectory of how that person would have gotten down here. Now she's in the bathroom and stuff. You know, bathroom's really nice and things, but she didn't go into the women's bathroom. She went into the men's bathroom. And then this is showing us who took this video. So let's see who took this video. Let's get a picture of that person right there. Bingo. So that's the person who took the video right there. She's all in white with a black shirt and, you know. Okay, thank you, Stepping Pretty. You pretty, Mel. You are beautiful for doing this. So now we got a good, wholesome view from the bottom instead of these just little clips of, you know, now we have a good view as to how that person got down there when they got off the elevator and walked down the lower level hallway. So according to this video, is how I'm going to do side to side and put the other video where the supposed Kenneka walked down on the lower level. Bingo to the bingo. Boy, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. This is a game changer right here. I said, this is a game changer right here. Man. Okay, so she goes outside of the establishment. And then this is the terrace place, you know, where everybody go and sit down and eat and do all of that stuff and whatnot. Stepping Pretty, that was beautiful. Okay, so let me splice up. Let me see. Is there anything else to this video? Oh, yeah, there's a lot more.
That's exactly what it is.
No, it's no more. It's just only that little piece right there that she showed. So let me go back and see. No, all of that is that was it. That was the video right there. Just right here to her little prompt, Stepping Pretty. Okay, cool. So now I'm going to go ahead and splice this up. So I'm going to unlock this track and I'm going to splice this up to the little part that I need right here. So I don't need the elevator part right here. I don't need that right there. All I need is just this part going up the ramp.
I hear the sexy, not sexy pop.
Okay, well, yeah, this is the part that I need right here. So I guess I'll start off with the elevator part. Okay, so that's cool. So let me see. What do I need right here? Okay, so I don't need this. Although I can use it, but I really don't need it. Okay, let me see. Is that showing what? Lower level. Okay, so I guess I'll keep it because it's in. I'm a splicing and taking in stages. Okay, so it says lower level right here. So that's what you pressed right there. So I'm gonna cut the video right there. Cut all that little extra part out. Okay, she's on the lower level. So open up right here. Okay, right there. I'm gonna splice this. And then I'm gonna go a little further. I'll need all of that. I just need when she start to go up the ramp. Okay. And then turn around. Okay, so about right here. So she's turning. So there's the ramp right there. Okay, so from the elevator, so I'm gonna splice that right there. So delete all of this. So from the elevator, going up the ramp. That's beautiful. This takes us right up the hallway. So that means she did get out the lower level elevator and she walked up the ramp, but in the video, she just appeared. So she comes and take a seat. So I don't need all of that. So I just want to come to the part where she take a seat, come up the ramp, come over here, take a seat. Bingo. Cut it off right there. Okay, no, I'm gonna cut it off right here. No. Okay, so come up the ramp right here. That still shows that. Still shows that area, and I'm gonna cut it off right here. Let me see if I can get a good picture right here. Okay, let's see right here. Okay, I'm gonna cut off right here. Come up the ramp. I better show the ramp a little bit so then that way the people can see that she came up the ramp. Right there, I'm gonna cut it off right there. That'll be the last part, the ramp right there. Put that little piece in there. Okay, cut that off. Now she comes and she sits down. Let's see. Okay. Okay, she is right there. And then she goes and she focuses the attention from that up to about right here. So we're going to start going into focus. As soon as she goes into focus right here on the stairs, we're going to splice it right there. I'm going to delete all this extra stuff. Then we're going to bring this together, close the gap, close the gap. Then we're right here. Show the stairs, so she gets up and she's walking down the hall, walking down the hall, walking down the hall. Then she goes over there by the escalator. Then she walks down to where, and instead of going into the thing, she goes right here. I don't need the women's bathroom. I just need this part right here. And that's the double doors to where the young lady's supposed to have walked in. Right there. That's a clear-cut shot right there. Bingo. Cut it right there. And then she just stayed in the bathroom. And she went outside, so I don't need all of that right there. Bingo. So just that little part, just this little part right here is phenomenal. All right, let's see what we got. On the lower level, elevator getting off. Come up, coming up the ramp. I know she was nervous, so I wish not all of the shaking, but it's still good. It's all good. Can't complain. Now, right there to the stairs, right at the end of the corridor. And then coming up. Okay. She's getting up. Now she's walking in the same direction as the young lady who would have been in the lobby on the lower level. That camera right up there caught her coming down. And then this is the other part. She's walking down the hall. Camera from behind would have caught her walking down this hall. There's the ballrooms and stuff. There's the ballroom. And then go all the way down. And the escalator is right around the corner. So if you go straight, she would have went right there into there's the escalator right there. Now you go past the escalator, and then she would have been to safety, whether she took the escalator or stairs, but she turned right here, and that is where the first door was the men's bathroom. So they said that was over there by the escalator, and it's right here, and she would have went through those double doors, and it would have been boom right there into the employees thing. So let me save this movie. Okay, so that was good. This was good, Lobo Pete. This was excellent place of showing the direction of what she would have taken and things. That was a damn good video. That was a damn good video because now it shows you the trajectory of where she would have went on. That's a damn good video. You guys wait till I put this video together, boy. Man, this is a game changer right here. Because now we have a visual and now we can really piece this shit together to see exactly what's what. Y'all see that, right? All right. So now let's go back to trying to find a video. Little Bo Peep, See if you can find me a video of them being in the lobby with a timestamp on it. If the lobby in the main lobby don't have a timestamp on it, don't send me the video. I don't want it. I just want a video of the main lobby at the front desk with a timestamp on it. If it don't have a timestamp on it, don't send me the video, because I don't need to see all of the people in there. I just want to see something with a timestamp on it. All right. So let me go ahead and So Little Bo Peep said, yep, that is the lower level. And that is the lower level, peoples. And we got a good visual from this lady who was down there in the lower level and stuff. And then Little Bo Peep says Green was upstairs. So now we got a good visual as to where the elevators was, where they were at when they went down to the end of the corridor. The end of the corridor and down those little stairs takes you directly into the area to where the elevator is. So there is no level lower than that we can see, but it is because they were built up on a hospital. But as far as the people going down anywhere down lower than the lower level, well, we will never see that. Okay, but in perspective, as far as the trajectory of where this girl was going, this was good, because at the end of the hallway, and let me show you. I'll get to the rest of you guys in a minute, but let me show you. At the end of the hallway right here, let me go ahead and block that out, and let me go right here. See, this is where she was, right here, people. Let me open up the okay, I still got it locked. Now see, right here is where she was on the lower level. See, right here. This part right here, she just got out the elevator. This part right here, she just got out the elevator and coming up the stairs. Right here. And she's on the lower level. Right here is where she got out the elevator, come up the stairs. And then she's walking down right under that camera that I've shown you. Then in the next clip, she just made that right here. And this is where she was. And then this is all of the banquet halls and stuff. This is where the people were, what we just seen. And then in the next clip, it just shows you at the other end of where she was right here. See that? She goes down, she goes out of view, and then the next camera picks her up coming from the other end. So this is all connected. This is the same long lobby right here. See that? Then she comes down. And then what they do is they just totally jumps everything and stuff. And then she goes into the kitchen. No. She's not going to come right here and then just automatically just jump into the kitchen, peoples. No, because in this right here, it doesn't make no sense for her to go into the kitchen and then come over here. You see what I'm saying? This right here where the stair is on the other side of this hallway. Right here. This right here is where this is right here. And this is on the other side. This right here is the same hallway, but you go down the hallway, you turn, and then you're right here. This right here is when she's coming out the employees area. You see that? Come out the employees area. Had she went to the left, she would have been over there by the escalator, because this right here is the stairs. If I go back to the girl's video, I will show you where the escalator is. So let me go back to the girl's video right here. She would have been right. Oh, let me blank this out. She would have been right over here. See, that right there is down the hall from where the stairs, where I just shown you the last video. She would have been right here. See this? So she's coming down the hall. There's the escalator right there. There's the escalator. turn down that hall, and then you would have been right where she is right here by the stairs. And see right here. So where she is down the hall from these stairs right here, had she just make that turn, she would have been right here where the escalator is right here. See that? And then she would have been right down the hall from the other entrance of how you get into the employee's entrance right here. See that? That's it. That's the other entrance of getting down where the employee's entrance is, because she walked down this hall right here. But they didn't show you they didn't show you what she turned over here by the escalator. They didn't show you what she turned right here by the escalator. Then that's how she got over here by these stairs. But when she went down this hall, she went straight down and straight right into here. And then when she came out over here down this hall where the stairwell is. And after she came down the stairwell, then she went back in. And after she went back in, then she went into the kitchen right here, where you see this part right here. And then from there, see, they got it backwards. She didn't go into the kitchen and then come out right there. See, when she came down this hall, she went through that double door. And then she was already over here. And then from here, when she go down, had she went right there, right where she is, in the direction where she's facing, right there is where the elevator is. Had she went down there, she could have took the elevator on up. These stairs could have took her on up. But instead, she doubled back around, came over there. Nope, can't go up in there. Went into the men's bathroom, came back over there. And then she went through the double doors right here. And then from the double doors, that's when she went into the kitchen. That's where she went into the kitchen right there. And then from the kitchen, they didn't even show you how she got up to the upper level kitchen. See, I told you, these videos is all shuffled around and they all are shuffled out of place. But what Little Bo Peep had sent literally helps me go ahead and compose this in the right direction and how it's supposed to be and how she would have been able to get up to the main level. You see that? That's how it would have came into the main level. You guys, hold on. Okay, so you guys wasn't seeing what I was showing, right? I'm sorry, I didn't share my screen. So let me share my screen. God. But I'm gonna put this stuff together, but let me share my screen so you guys can see exactly what I was talking about. So let me go back to the chat. I see Brazy Certified World Media had came back in. Micah, get your stuff up so we can go. Carly Henry said, yep. And then then Little Bo Peep said, Brazy, I hope that helps for y'all. Yep, it does. It definitely does. Then Brazy said, I just got in. What's going on? Little Bo Peep said, tried to show the steps and the escalator from the bottom. Yeah, you did that. That was good. Carly Henry says, good night, everyone. Well, blessings to you, Carly Henry. And then Little Bo Peep says, from the yellow color elevator. And then Brazy says, oh. And then Little Bo Peep says, good night, Carla. And then Little Bo Peep said, yeah, to the left as it was discussed. And then Brazy said, your screen is frozen. And it says it's been frozen the whole time. Okay. Well, see, you guys, if you guys ever encounter something like that, then just text me on my phone, because like I say, I don't be looking at the chat room. So I don't know what's going on and things. I just be all into the video. But anyway, I can edit that part out and then just, but no, I'm not gonna edit it out, because if you guys go back and watch the video, then you'll see what I had did. But I'm gonna do this real quick, and then I got to get out of here, people, because I got to get my son home. But I'll be back, and then I'll be back to explain this again thoroughly. But I'll do my best to try to do what I can do right now. So as you can see, people, when we go back here, let's go back here. Right here is originally where she started off at. Okay, right here is originally where she started off at. So she got out the elevator on the lower level, coming down the hall, and then the next scene right here, and I need to blink that out right here. Take out this little piece right here. Right here is still the lower level where she was right here, the elevator scene right here. It just didn't show you her just walking up the little thing right there. Right here, she just pops up on the end of the ramp, but she's still down there from where the elevator was she got off at. So where she got off at is where she is right here, where she just magically pops up on the screen. But she's still down there by the elevator. But it doesn't show you that. It doesn't show you her coming up that little piece and coming up the little ramp. But that's where it is. So let me edit this little part out real quick so I can be able to I see the spacing. I don't need to edit nothing, because I didn't conjoin this together. How to conjoin this together. So yeah, there's the natural gaps, as you can see on the timeline. All right. So right here, she gets off the elevator. From here, she is already down there by the elevator, but she's down there, and down where she is where the elevator is. We did not know what was down there, but now we know what was down there. So down here where she is on the screen is where the elevator. So she can either walk up the little stairs right there, or she can walk up the ramp right there. And so let me blink that out for a moment, and let me go to the video that Little Bo Peep sent me. So right here, as you can see, it's the lower level right here. So this is where she would have gotten off the elevator. Press the lower level. So this is where she was when she was down the hall where I just showed you. Get out the elevator. She's already right here, and this little piece right here is where she could have walked up the stairs, where the young lady is. See that right there? So now she's already at the top of the ramp. When we see her, she just pops in, but they didn't show her walking up the ramp. And let me bring this back a little bit and see, there's the little stairs right here, and the camera shows all the way down here. So you see that? So at the end where she was and just pops up on the ramp right here, this is the area right here where she is. Okay, so now let me go back to the video of where she was at the end of the ramp. So she's at the end of the ramp down here where she just magically pops up right there. Right there is where she just came from off the elevator. So now she's walking down the hall right here. And then she makes that turn onto the other lobby, which I'll show you on the young lady's video. Okay. Once she makes her turn, she's walking down the hall, and then all of the balcony rooms and stuff is right there, ballrooms. And then from there, this is the same lobby, but it's just on the opposite end of this lobby. This lobby and this lobby is the same. This is just the other end of it. Okay. So now she's walking down. So instead of going into the kitchen where they just said, oh, yeah, she went to the kitchen. No, she went down the hall. She went down the hall and she went through those double doors. That's how you got her coming out from this area right here. So let me show you the double doors that she went into. So let me go and show her video. So here we are. And I'm gonna put this together. So she is down the hall. So this is when she gets out the elevator. See that? So let me let this play so you guys can see. She's getting out the elevator. She's already down the hall. She's at the ramp right here, down the hall. And this is where she was when we saw her just pop up on a ramp. This is the ramp where she was. Okay. Now, right here, the lady's getting up and she's bypassing the stairs that would have took her up. So she's walking down the hall, down from the balcony. I mean, from the ramp where she was where we saw her at the end. So she's getting ready to get up and she's getting ready to walk down this hallway right here, as you can see. So she just kept straight down right off the elevator. Well, you see she's bumping up against the walls right here. And then there you see the camera that would have caught her down this hall right here. I have to try to slow it down. So here, let me do it like this. Let me back it up some so you guys can see the camera. So let me do it slow motion so you guys can see the camera. There's the camera right there, but we're going to get a little closer. And so where you guys see her bouncing off the wall right here, you're going to see that camera right up there. It's the same camera where you see her walking down that hall, bouncing on the hall. Okay, I'm trying to get it to, there it is right there. You can see the camera right there. See that? There's the camera. Now I can nudge it a little bit to where you can see the camera a little better. But anyway, you can see the camera up there. And that's the camera that caught her down this hall from the ramp. See that? So we're going to get to, I think that's a, okay, there's the camera right there. Okay, let me back it up a little bit. Okay, there's the camera right there that caught her. See that? There's the camera right there that caught her walking down, bouncing off the side of the wall. Okay? So now let me speed it up. Okay, yeah, I got some good shots of that camera. So now, right here is where she could have went into the police area. And that is just like right down the hall from where she went into, I mean, where she came out of on the other side. You see that? Here's the double doors right here. But she didn't go through there. She turned here. And that's where the camera picked her up walking down the hall. So she walked down the hall right here. And then after she got so far, then the other camera picked her up. See that? So now she's getting ready to turn. I mean, she's going to go through the double door. She didn't turn. I'm sorry. She went all the way down through the double doors. That's how she got to the kitchen area. But she didn't walk through the kitchen right after she left out of here. Now, see, had she turned right here, this is the escalator right here. This is the area where she would have came right back to had she came to when she walked down here by the stairs. So she went through the double door straight down. Now coming down here, this is where she was at the stairs. See that? There's the stairs right there. Okay, you see that? This is at the other end. So she went through the double doors and she went down the hall and she came back through the double doors and right down through the double doors. This is at the end of the stairs. This is that side view where she was down at the end of the stairs, as you can see. And this is the place where everybody said, oh, well, the people was trying to grab her and stuff. Well, that's debatable. This is the bathroom that she went into. Right here, she couldn't go nowhere because you remember she popped out of view. She came over here. There's the door right there. There's the water fountain right there. You know, it's a dead end right there. See that? And then there's the stairs where she was at the coming down and holding on to the stairs. Okay, so now let's go back this way. Now this is the double doors where she came out of. Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Somebody just chimed in. Huh?
Yo,
hey,
so look, right. I just chimed in for a minute because I see what you're showing. So you see how everything was right around each other when she took off walking, because you see when she turned that, you say, well, you show where the double doors is, right? That's the long hallway she walked down. Now, remember I sent you the video? Somebody was in a cut of that same hallway. Now, let's think about it like this. Remember the video I sent you when she was walking down that long hallway, and it got friends trying to pull her, and she pulled away from him. I bet you he was by the escalator. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know if y'all listen to me in the chat, but the whole angle was to get her down there to that lower level to make her go to that kitchen. You feel me? So when she walked down that long hallway, at some point, somebody was trying to pull towards, nudge at her, pull at her, and she yanked away from them. But it had to have been by the escalators, because if you look up and you see, if you make that left by the little escalators, you feel me, and keep going straight, you right there at that lower level hallway.
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Eric, you remember the video I showed you? It's fuzzy, but you see France trying to pull her in that long hallway, and she yanked away from him.
Yeah.
He had to been standing by the escalator over there, because the whole goal was to get her to that lower level right there.
Yeah. And I'm going to incorporate that video.
Yeah, that video is important.
I'm going to incorporate that video into this so that people can see for themselves.
Yeah, he tried to pull her.
The trajectory as to what was going on.
Hell yeah. It's a whole video of him trying to pull her in that same hallway. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But like I say, everything, all of it was based on luring her to that lower level. So when she got down this hallway right here that you see, this long hallway, and we see her walking funny and walking crazy, he was trying to pull at her. He had to been standing right there where the escalators, where the escalators is. When she was coming past, he tried to pull her, and she pulled away from him. That's when we see her take that little move. But I got a video that show him trying to pull her. You see what I'm saying? And motherfucking literally, he had to been in that spot right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the same side, ain't it?
Yeah.
He had to been in that spot right there to try to pull her to that lower level. You know what I'm saying? They kept trying to get her down to that lower level right there.
Well, that video that little Bo Peep had sent, that was golden, because we never seen that other space where she came from. We only just seen the clip of what they had showed, but they.
I had been saying all this shit.
Yeah, well, I never.
That's how I knew the area. I knew when I see you showing the video. I was like, yeah, that's that whole walkthrough, because I've been seeing the walkthrough. You know what I'm saying? The lower level shit. I got videos, motherfuckers, personal videos.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to get out of here. I'll be back in about an hour, and then I'll do a part 2 to this. But
Okay,
I
okay.
got to get my son home.
All right, do your thing, man.
Okay.
All
So
right, y'all.
people, okay. So people, so I'll be back in about an hour. I got to get my son home, and then we'll just come back and pick up where I left off right here. But we're gonna put this thing together. We got some good juicy juices, and now we got a good map from people who has literally been taking videos to what they did. We're gonna put this thing together and show you how she got from the lower level to the upper level or to whatever and things and stuff. And I told you, I'm only going to show you what they did. It ain't my perception, it ain't my narrative, it's what they did. That's all I'm going to show you is what they did, and show you the nefarious madness of what they did. So don't get mad at me because I'm not giving a narrative or anything. I'm just only showing you that of what they gave and what they did, the things that they kept in and the things that they took out. And that's all I've been doing all night tonight. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples, I got to get out of here. I got to get my son home on. Then I'll be back in about an hour. And then if you guys are around, y'all come on, check in. We're going to put this shit together. Is that all right, peoples? So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again later on to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I'll be back in about an hour if the Lord says the same. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put this thing together. We're going to go and put this thing together. Is that all right, peoples? So be blessed and get your rest. And hopefully I'll see you guys soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching. All right, people, that's it. That is all that I have for right now. This was a damn good live. As you can see in the picture there was two different watches. Two different watches. And there was two different bands because the one that Kenneka wore was a light gray watch with a nice bright red band. And then the other one was a black watch, and it was really dark and dingy. And as you can see, the girl or the person that was in the hallway had wore a black watch. And Kenneka had always wore the gray watch. And so, people, that clearly shows you unequivocally and undeniably that Kenneka Jenkins wore a gray watch. And I don't see how anyone can ever I don't see how anyone can ever say that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment when the evidence is clearly in your face right there. It's clearly in your face. And these are the things that I've been showing people. These are the things that I've been pointing out for the longest time. And so, you know, I love it. I love it when the people come on and the people shoot their shot in to say. So now, what have we learned so far, people? So what have we learned? Because everybody comes with a different angle in things. And I get it. You know, everybody has come with a different angle. So what have we learned thus far? Well, what we learned is that a girl who they proclaimed to be Kenneka Jenkins had walked the halls of that establishment, had came in to the establishment. But see, the one thing that I say, people, is you may have seen someone of the name of Kenneka walk into the establishment. But the problem that I have with that is simply this. The problem that I have is simply this. You've seen a girl called Kenneka walk off the elevator, but you never seen the girl named Kenneka walk on an elevator. Do you see what I'm saying? You never seen the girl named Kenneka walk on an elevator. You never seen the girl Shemaya walk on an elevator. You never seen the girl Monifa or Irene walk on an elevator. You never seen Peas or Killer walk on an elevator. You never seen Tanasia or TY or anyone for that matter walk on an elevator. Throughout all of this 36 hours of video madness, you never seen them walk on an elevator. And why is that, peoples? Why is that? That is so critical, so critical. So if you can see the people in the lobby, if you can see the people all everywhere in the establishment, but you can never see them walk on or walk off an elevator. Why is that? None of the gang members, nobody whatsoever walked on an elevator. Why isn't it that they don't show you that information? Now you've seen Franz Cave, you've seen the you've seen the establishment, the housekeeping people, but you only seen just a couple of housekeeping people. It's more than just a couple of housekeeping people. You know, you ain't even never seen the beverage manager. You never seen the maintenance guy. You never seen no other security walk on an elevator. You never seen even the regular people that was in the main lobby walk on an elevator. Why isn't it that you never seen any of that video footage? Why? Why is it that you never seen no one walk on an elevator or gathered around in the elevator area? All you seen was just a girl whose supposed name is Kenneka walk off an elevator, and then just a few other people that was in that lobby over there by the elevator. You seen Monifa by the elevator, but you didn't see her get on. You saw her checking the door. You saw Shemaya stand off the elevator and looking out. You saw a few gang members standing on the elevator and looking out, but you never seen anybody else in that whole entire establishment walk on an elevator. Why is that so significant, peoples? Why is that so significant? It is significant because of the simple fact that it would have gave you a time as to when these people were there. The only time that they give you is when everybody is in the hallway or in the main lobby. But they never give you a time for when the people ever got on an elevator. That is so significant, peoples. Out of all of the 36 hours of madness that they have shown you in this case, you have never, ever, ever seen anybody walk on an elevator or walk off an elevator. You never seen none of the gang members. Nobody. You seen the lady with the baby walk by the elevator, but you never seen them walk on the elevator. Why is that, peoples? Nobody. Nobody. And then what's so amazing too is that all of these gang members and everybody, you see them in a hall, you see them in certain places and stuff, but you don't see everybody. Now, my question is simply this to the people. You've seen the video footage. You've seen how they tried to track this girl named Kenneka all through the establishment and stuff, and then subsequently she walks to the kitchen and then supposedly laid down and died in the freezer. Well, some people surmise that Kenneka walked back there, but she didn't stay back there and things. But see, that is their inference. The inference is that Kenneka walked back there and she walked herself into the freezer, and then the freezer door closed upon her and she laid down and died. Well, if Kenneka was ever in the freezer, peoples, and then the beverage manager came back there to lock the freezer or whatever, well, then the beverage manager knew that she was in there. But see, it doesn't make no sense, people, is that Kenneka will walk herself into the freezer and then just shake her head and stuff and then lay down and die in a manner to which we see her in the freezer. That doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense, people, that Kenneka lay down and die in a freezer, but then when they come to take the pictures, she is still fresh. Her skin tone is still fresh and vibrant. There is still fresh blood that had protruded from the shin of her feet. It doesn't make no sense, peoples. So if Kenneka walked herself into the freezer and then they took the pictures right after she died, well, then that means that somebody knew that Kenneka was in the freezer and that she did not walk herself in the freezer. It doesn't make no sense, peoples. I don't care how you shake it. I don't care how you fake it. I don't care what you say, what you think. It don't make no sense, peoples. And then you guys want to blame Franz Conve for doing all of this and that and the other. Franz Conve may have been instrumental in trying to commandeer the girl or whatever, but did Franz Conve kill her? No, he didn't. You don't have no proof of that. So you can sit here and blame Franz Conve forever and a day, but you can't blame Franz Conve for taking the life of this young lady. Because we didn't see no video or no pictures of Franz Conve carrying her. We never did we? Nope. We never did. So people can have different ones who they want to blame in this case, but then at the end of the day, all of the running around in the establishment don't mean a hill of beans, because the bottom line is you have to prove your stance. And if you can't prove your stance, so then what are you saying? Because you can come up with any inference that you want, but it still doesn't prove nothing. It doesn't prove nothing, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, the proof is in the pudding. Proof is in the pudding. And so, again, peoples, you say that she was supposed to have literally came to the establishment, and then at a certain period of time, she gets up and then she goes roaming the halls, all within an hour or two of coming to the establishment. Well, people, that doesn't make no sense either. And in this live and in all of the other lives, I have literally walked it down. Literally walked it down. Literally walked the time line down. You got Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Medina sitting over here and saying that you have to use the UTC time in order to figure this out. Now, people's, come on now. What case do you ever know that things happen at the establishment that you have to use UCT time? Why do you have to use UCT time? When the thing had happened at the Rosemont Crown Plaza Hotel, why do you have to move the time back 5 hours and stuff. That shit doesn't make no sense whatsoever. If it's 2 o'clock in Illinois, Rosemont, Illinois, it's 2 o'clock in Rosemont, Illinois. And so whatever is being filmed is going to reflect the actual time in the city of Rosemont, right? Right. So it ain't no reason for you to go and change some times to try to get a timeline about the case, because if it was filmed in their time, well, then that's the time that it is. And nobody around the world needs to go ahead and change the time to try to get the time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because it is filmed in real time, their particular time zone. And whatever is supposed to be up on the surveillance video footage, that is the actual time that everything was supposed to have happened. But peoples, you got people who wants to go ahead and try to make things more complicated than what it is. And you got people who wants to distort the truth. But why? Because they work for the establishment. People, I have worked hard. I have worked diligently with this particular case. And I've worked hard to show you that the kids' roles, it was just so minimal. But the uppers' roles was just so great. All of this video footage did not happen all in the manner to which they have given. Still today, nobody can ever answer the question as to where is the missing video footage. Because if you can see them in the halls, you should see everybody getting on and off an elevator. But you never, ever see that type of video footage. And that's the thing that I ask the people, where is the video footage? Where is it? Nobody has ever asked that question other than Edward Joseph. And till today, I still can't get nobody to answer that question. I still can't get nobody to answer that question. Where is the missing video footage? Nobody ever answered. So people, I did a little bit of digging and things, and I have literally been able to turn on my magnifier. Thank God for Windows 11. So let me share my screen right quick, people. So let me share my screen. We're going to look at something here. Is that all right? We got a little bit of time. So we're going to look at something right here. Let me share my screen and let me call it back up on my phone. And I want you guys to take a look at something here, if you will, with me. Is that all right, people? I ain't got nothing but time on tonight. And I'm working on some other videos and stuff, people. So, you know. So, we're going to get into all of that too. But right now, we're on Kenneka. So, let me go back here and things. All right, so let's close this up. Let's close that up. Let's close that up. And then let's go ahead and let's open up this right here. This particular file. So let's do a test run. Let's do a test run. So we're going to click on this one. Let's get a good picture. Yeah, let's go back here. Let's go right there, people. And then let's go and let's kick our magnifier. And let's increase it. And we're going to and go just like that. And then let's look at that and see if it worked. So I'm just waiting for my phone to catch up. Okay, so I can see it. I can see it enlarged, but and it works for me, but it's not working for the screen. So I can see it enlarged, but you guys can't. Okay, so that's the thing that I need to change. So I can see it on my end. So let me see. Let me see, how is it that you guys can see it? Okay, so let's see. Let's do lens. Okay, I just I set full screen. Let's do lens. And we're going to bring that down. Now, let's see if that works. Okay, let's increase that. And let's do it like that. And see if that works. Okay, so that works. The lens, it works, but it doesn't work for the full thing. All right, so that's cool. And then increases the face. But see, the only thing is that that little pointer is right in the center of what I'm trying to show. So that's the only thing. So, okay, so it works that way, but it doesn't, but the little pointer is right in the center. So, all right, so I get it. And we're going to go back and we're going to turn that off. It only works that way. Turn off the lens. Let's go full screen. And let's see if that'll work. And see if it'll do it that way. Okay, so you guys can't see it. I can see it on my end, but you guys can't see it on your end for full screen. Okay, let's try it like that and see if you guys can see it on your end. So for some strange reason, you guys can't see it, but still, I can see it on my end. So that's the point that I need to try to change. I don't know what I can do. All right, so when I'm sharing my screen, let me see. Chef, landscape, that's general. Okay, layout, hotkeys. Visual effects, audio, camera, general, but that doesn't do anything. Okay. Now let me go here. So when I click this, share screen, share the window. Share studio. Turn on audio. Okay, now let me turn on magnifier and let me see if that literally increases everything. Nope, it doesn't. It just only increases it for me, but it doesn't increase it for you guys. And see, that's the crazy part about it, because beforehand I can turn on my magnifier and then it will increase the screen, but maybe it doesn't increase it up on this particular monitor. And if I was to hook up on my other computer monitor, then it will do it. So, I'm going to do a test run. I'm going to hook up my old monitor, and I'm going to see if it will increase the screen when I go ahead and I share the entire screen. All right, people. So you guys give me one moment. I'll be right back.
I'm Renee Ritchie, YouTube Creator Liaison.
I'm Johanna Vulic, YouTube's Chief Product Officer.
Johanna,
We're official, okay.
Okay, people, so I am back. Now I got my screen hooked up on the smaller one, the smaller thing. So let me go ahead and raise it and see if it will work. See if I can increase the screen. Okay, so it's not working. All right, so I guess it really. So I don't know, because it doesn't really matter what screen I got it up on now, it still won't do the full screen. So it doesn't really matter what monitor I'm using. So I got it on a smaller monitor. So let me stop sharing my screen. Let me share my screen this way. I don't know. It's something because I used to do it, but it ain't doing it now. So let me try this one more time and let me go ahead and increase it and see. If not, then I'm just going to hook up my old monitor and be done with. So let me do it like this. Let me do it like that. And let me go ahead and increase that and see if you guys can see it that way. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. So let me share my screen one more time. Maybe it's something that StreamYard had did or something. I don't know, but I don't like it though, because I used to really use my monitor, but no, I can't. Or maybe it's just something I'm doing. I don't know. Okay, entire screen. Entire screen. And sharing. All right. So let me erase that and see if that's going to show a bigger screen. Nope, it's not showing a bigger screen. Okay. So lastly, let me do it like this. Let me click on this picture and let me see if that's going to show a bigger picture. Nope, it doesn't show a big picture. Okay, so it won't do it. So I see. So the way that they're doing it now is I have a little thing that I can do it this way. So let me see if that increases it that way. So they took the magnifier out. Yep, that's the way. That's the new way of doing it now. So they changed it. Okay, I see. All right, so they changed it. So now I can do the magnifier. I can do the magnifier that way. And then let me see. Let me move it over and see if it's still magnified. Yep. So they changed it. So okay, so they changed it. So this literally it told me everything I needed to know. All right. Okay, so let me go ahead and switch back to. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to my new monitor. Y'all, hold on for a moment. All right, people, so I'm back. You guys give me a moment. Let me go put this old monitor up. Okay, people, so I'm back. All right, so I see how they're doing it now. So I can do the I can do the magnifier for my end, and I can really zoom in upon it. But if I'm going to show up for you guys, then they have it done a different way. So I see now. So no longer can I do it the way that I normally used to do it. All right, so okay, so that makes a difference. All right, so it literally clarified a lot of things for me. All right, so let me share my screen, peoples. Okay, let me share my screen. All right, let me go back to this. I just want to test something out, so I'm gonna click on that. And yep. I can enlarge it that way, just like that. Yeah. Okay, so it's built in. All right, I see now. Okay, cool. Okay. So what is it that I wanted to do, people? I'm just trying to think of something that I wanted to do. I wanted to show something. Just try to get my bearings. I'm fighting a slight cold. So I don't know how I got it, but I got it. So I'm not really feeling too good on tonight. Not feeling really too good on tonight, but yeah. Okay, so I think this will be a good time to transition. Um, we'll get back up on Kenneka because there are some things that I did want to show in that particular case, and there are some things that I'm working on the back scenes and stuff in the Kenneka Jenkins case that I wanted to show, and I'm putting some things together and whatnot. But I think this will be a good time to transition on to a few other little things that I have been looking at, people's. So let's go ahead and let's click up on this right here. Call this up. Yeah. All right, so let me share my screen. So I'm gonna share this particular. I'm gonna share this particular. Uh, okay, let's see here. There we go. All right. So let's take a look at this right here, people. Just waiting for my phone to refresh. All right, let's take a look at this.
History, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama, and I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated. So you can have him. And here's what I'll say, I wish you would follow Jesus like we followed him, because if you did that, then we'd be in charge tomorrow.
I've been saying this forever. Black people and white people worship two different gods and two different Jesuses in that Bible. One person reads the Bible and they see one thing, and another reads the Bible and says, oh yeah, we should lock them up in Alligator Alcatraz. That doesn't make sense to me. But I digress. What the brother said at the very end is true. As soon as we start following God properly, or if they follow God properly, in the end, we'll be in charge. Thus saith the Lord.
History, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama, and I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated.
All right, people, I got to go pick up my carpooler. So, man, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is, people's, since this is already at the 6 o'clock hour, I'm going to cut off this live, but I'm gonna be back live, and we're going to get on some new cases. We're going to talk about some new cases on tonight. I don't want to prolong this particular live any longer than what it is. So I want to, when I come back, I want to start off fresh and new. So we're gonna be on a new live, and we're going to be on some new cases when I come back. Is that all right, people? So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, I'll be back within about 20 minutes, and I'll be live, and we'll be on a new case and a new topic upon tonight. Is that all right, peoples? But right now, I got to go get my carpooler and get them around. And I don't want to show anything else because this live is already well spent. So until then, peoples, you guys be blessed and get your rest, and I will be back in a couple of hours. Well, about 45 minutes if the Lord says the same. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.